Apologize for the last meeting because I felt like I was riding you all a little too hard. I was sort of thinking that we had to finish because the reg writing was happening, and so I wasn't able to pivot quickly enough. So I just want to apologize for that for last week. And
Can we just collectively say you don't need to apologize?
Yeah.
We totally get and understand what you're trying to do, and if we wanted to push back harder, we would have pushed back harder. And you were right. I was
I
right.
appreciate that, but I felt a need. So we can just let that pass. But thank you. I appreciate that. So we're gonna go through the charter. We're gonna start this time at the interactions because there were a fair number of changes. So we'll start there and then just go through it. The most complicated one that I think we still have to do is communications. At the end of the meeting, we moved a lot of things to SOPs, and so in the package I had sent to you, I included the communication section from the last version, from the February 28th version, so that you can all make sure that what moved to SOPs remains as SOPs. But we'll get to that after. So I'm going to ask you to turn to page 8. And I sent it as a PDF this time, so we all have the same pages and the same colors and all of that.
And I'm going to nod and pretend I know why that's good. But anyway, thank you.
Okay. In the spirit of trying to reduce confusion. So the bottom of page 8, I think we can just start with what is on page 8. So the front paragraph and then 1, 2, 3. So take a minute to look at that, and then I'll ask if anyone has any questions or comments.
So 1 through 3, that's it?
Yeah, and then we'll turn the
Okay.
page. So any questions or comments on what's on page 8?
On number 2,
Mhm.
so that apostrophe is purposeful, like, in other words, it's commissioners, plural, not an individual commissioner's priorities. I just want to make sure that was the mindset behind that, that it should be.
Exactly.
So,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, okay.
Should we, you?
No, I mean, like, me with the driving school, that was my priority, but that wasn't like, that was my priority, it wasn't baked into your goals, nor should it have been. And I just want to like say moving, like, I just wanted to make sure that apostrophe, like, we're all agreed.
Plural.
Yeah.
The one question I raised here is occasional. Who defines occasional? What does that mean?
I think when it was put there, it was kind of that it's not a daily occurrence. It's not necessarily a weekly occurrence. It's more occasional as opposed to routine.
Where's occasion?
I think that's what it's meant.
Be for occasional staff resources, and this is.
Do you think it should be deleted?
I would suggest delete it because, and this is what I'm sort of seeing again is the pushback and the I refuse and this is occasional, and so it's not the occasion that I choose to support you. So I worry about that word because I do think that it's fairly regular that commissioners need staff resources, and I don't know how you feel about that, but and it's really it's I just want to make sure. The thing that I want to protect is to make sure that the commissioner's position and work is, all of the commissioner's work is respected and that it's valued. And when I see occasional, that just sort of doesn't sit well with me.
Means maybe sometimes.
Other thoughts? Do people agree? Sean, did you want to respond to that?
Right here.
Oh, I never doing the first 3. Okay.
It's a number 2.
Oh, the bottom.
I was looking at the top three. Wait,
Is that what we're looking at?
No, I
Yeah,
messed
yeah,
up.
yeah, you're in the right
Oh, I
place.
was in the- I was in the-
On page 8, bottom of page 8.
Your comments still work though. Yeah.
Way to go, way
There's
to
a
cheer the
bunch of
team
the
on.
bottom too as well, so.
Let's see, I shouldn't have said anything, nobody would have been the wiser.
Yeah, that worked out
Yeah.
immediately. To the chair's point, I don't disagree. I think the implementation becomes the issue here more than anything else. But I think it would be true for occasional if the work was in there too. So,
Everyone agree to take it out?
Sean, but is it clear, just to the chair's point, like what it means?
I mean, I think in practice today it is, but I think, like I said, implementation is going to be the heavier lift on this.
Right, but I'm just
I
like.
don't want to set an expectation
That's
where
right. But,
where
but,
any one of you come to me and say, I need a staff person 5 days a week for the next 3 months. I can't supply that. So I think if the occasional was in there to limit that expectation.
so you're okay with leaving occasional in?
I'm fine either way, to be
Okay.
honest, because I think, to me, the practical expectation is that this is not going to be a heavy burden, but at the same, I think that's where the conversation comes in.
All right, can I play devil's advocate to that? So let's say, 2 weeks in a row, I need Julie's team, right? There's public health things and somebody could say, 2 weeks in a row, this says occasional, that's not occasional. I'm just saying, like, there could be I don't want to box this in either. So how do we like?
In that vein, would you agree that I at least have the ability to say, I can't sacrifice that team 2 weeks in a row?
I just want to say in number 5, which we'll get to, it says commissioner requests for staff resources will be made to and approved by appropriate department heads in coordination with the executive director to ensure proper triage of requests. So it gets defined further down into how those staff requests will be made and handled.
Should we put those together somehow? Because I hear what the chair's saying. You know, if you read this literally, it's like there's no space for staff to say no.
So,
Right.
so let's just keep reading because it
Yeah.
was just the page break. So maybe let's read through number 8 and then decide if we need to move things around.
Susan,
Yes.
go back to number 2. And Sean, I was thinking this, not you saying no, I'm thinking the staff saying, you say yes, and they say, well, according to this charter, it's occasional, I can refuse. So how about as appropriate? Instead of
The proposal was to delete occasional.
yeah, but he said
I
that
don't,
he
I
didn't,
didn't mind either way,
oh, you didn't mind, you're agnostic.
exactly.
Oh,
So
okay, I'm
if it
trying
comes
to,
on, I'm fine with that.
oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. And the next question, I think, and it probably does make sense, is to move the urgent one, number 3, to underneath the commissioner request for information, so that everything about requests for staff are in the same, follow each other. So we'll move number 3 to after 7, or even maybe 6, maybe after number 8. Let's look at any questions or comments on 4 through 8.
The one issue that I think is really important, and this is what I think has been missing here, is that it's who gets to establish priorities. And this is the pushback that I've been seeing, that it's not our priority, you know, and we're really busy and we can't do that because you're not our priority and I have to do my job and I have to, I mean, the fact is that we need to figure out, and a lot of this is operational, but when I'm told that's not a priority, right? And then I sort of look at where the priorities are and where money is being spent and resources are being directed. And maybe that's my job as a commissioner in the budget or otherwise to say, these should not be the priorities because they don't, I think, fulfill the mission that we're supposed to be supporting. And so this is to me the most important balance.
So I wonder if it's kind of two different things, because there is the executive director priorities that the commissioners approve, but it sounds like what you're referring to is how work gets allocated as opposed to what the executive director priorities are.
I have an urgent need to do A. It's something that I believe is important to the execution of my job as commissioner. Someone says, sorry, I am very busy filming a video someplace, or I'm very busy doing something, or I think that and again, I think that the less clarity puts more onus on you to have to do this. And part of the problem that I see is that, yay!
Good morning. I see my huge face.
I was gonna say, you look fresh-faced and dewy today.
You are.
It's probably about 10 by 10 for us.
Yeah.
I might have to turn my camera off. This is intimidating. Oh my God.
You're larger than life.
Oh, great.
Man, with no makeup, so don't mind me.
You look good. I couldn't do that with no makeup, so.
You look beautiful.
That's two of us in the room.
Thank you. That's two of us. Thanks, Commissioner.
Three of us in the room.
Hi, Susan.
Hi, Commissioner Concepcion, nice to see you.
I'm so sorry. Today was a little bit crazy. I think they anticipated a crazier snowstorm.
Yeah, again, I tell you, I was talking to my sister, she has almost a foot in East Hampton, and her snow blower's not working, and we got none. I think we actually.
Gardner got almost 3 feet, we're 2.5 feet. Yeah.
Where?
Gardner.
Well,
All right, so just to bring you up to the moment that we're at, we've been talking, we're at interaction, the interaction section, which is on page 8. And we looked at 1, 2, and 3 on page 8, and there was agreement to take out on number 2, the word occasional, which is before occasional staff resources. And now we're having a discussion about priorities, and when commissioners have a priority, but staff have other priorities, and how to handle the question of having staff resources available for commissioners' need for staff resources.
Okay. And you said you took out occasional on the second point?
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, I'm there.
So,
but this is kind of the rub.
yeah, and I think this has been like the ongoing discussion as I understand it, because it sounds like one of the difficulties, which I think is before you were here, were when commissioners went to a staff person and said, I need this now.
Mhm.
And a staff person would drop everything because their boss's boss's boss asked them for something.
Mhm.
And so this section, I think, was originally written as a code of practice for mutual respect. And so you're right, that's sort of the core issue of this section. And so if it's not clear, we need to add to it. And I do think it goes also to the self-policing that we spoke about, where commissioners also understand that staff have work requirements that their supervisors has set. So the question is, what happens when a commissioner needs staff resources? And the way we've structured it is either there's a project charter for something formal, or the commissioner goes to either the department head or the executive director. So that's where things are. So let's open the conversation for why that might not work operationally, or what else may need to be put in place.
Susan, if I may, I think, Chair, I understand what you're saying, because I've said it, 2 years ago, I've always talked about it, like, what I'm hearing you say is sort of like, who decides the priorities for the commission, right? I think all of us decided through Sean's goals.
Mhm.
But then as duly or independent appointed commissioners, we're here individually, independently. I can come up and say, Sean and my fellow commissioners, these are my priorities for the next 5 years. This is what I would love to accomplish while I'm here. Those are my priorities. They're not the commission priorities, right? When I came in, I remember January 4th, I came in, talked to Sean, and Sean said, I've seen your background, I've heard, whatever the conversation was, would love your expertise on this. So that's sort of like how I started sort of my, my priorities around what the commission needed within my seat and sort of my expertise. But I hear what you're saying, because there really isn't what are the commissioner priorities? Like, we've never had a conversation around, let's use standard labs, great conversation. Last week you brought it up. Shit, we should have had that conversation 2 years ago. All of us as commissioners, but did we all say, hey, that's gonna be our priority? So we haven't had those conversations. We're not strategically planning ourselves around priorities. So your question is valid.
I'm more worried about the sort of day-to-day stuff and what I perceive as the ongoing,
But it falls into,
in essence,
Yeah.
insubordination.
yeah, but it falls
And-
into.
No,
our
but I'm
role.
just saying,
Yeah.
if anybody orders lunch and they give us a credit card, we will refuse. I mean, this should not be happening to us. And I personally, I think I'm experiencing this more than perhaps you are or others, but I am experiencing that kind of, that you can't tell me what to do. And this is part of, I've said this to you, and the fact that Sean was running around taking lunch orders and picking up, because we have people saying, I will refuse. It's the little.
The operational small stuff.
Operational.
I'm talking about
In
big picture.
No, but this is what I'm saying, and this is what I'm seeing. And one, I think it needs to be, I see a lack of respect. What I personally see after having been here 6 months
Yeah.
is that this is a document that says you can say, I refuse. I've heard the term I refuse so many different times, and it's on small potato stuff that can make your life difficult.
Gotcha. You're talking more operational day-to-day. I was talking big.
Can I ask you, when you saw that email, how did you feel?
Which one?
The one that said, if anybody orders lunch and hands us a credit card, we will refuse, talk to our supervisor.
To be honest, I don't remember that email. I just remember an email that said, bring your lunch or something like that. So I don't remember. I can go back and look
I'm
at
just
this.
saying, go back and look at the email. It is if you,
Yeah.
and then the fact is, and this is part of the ongoing problem with, and again, what I perceive as, and I want to just be very, I just kind of want to lay this on the table.
Yeah.
The ongoing, what I perceive as insubordination.
Yeah.
The fact is, Sean has been very clear. We're coming back to work. We're doing hybrid.
Sure.
Okay? And we're going to do yet another poll, and we're going to do, or the reason Sean has to run around, the executive director,
Yeah.
to go pick up
Yeah,
lunch.
I would,
Because nobody's at the door.
I hear you.
Someone should be at the door. This shouldn't even be a conversation, but
I hear you.
because they are dragging their feet about coming back hybrid, I think contravening what Sean has said clearly, if we continue to allow that kind of insubordination, that's a problem. And so some of that's in the functioning, but I just want to make sure that whatever we have here, I refuse.
Yeah.
Because I'm just saying,
I would move the lunch conversation somewhere else, because to be honest, listen, I've been a staffer, we've all been staffer. We do lunch, it's different times. I've taken it upon myself to bring my own lunch and do what I can for myself. I think, to each employee's sort of like wishes. I don't know if picking
You
up
let
lunch from
someone
us.
pick up your lunch at the door
Yeah,
for
sure.
you last week.
Yeah, but I won't,
But that,
I won't ask again, like.
But the point is, okay?
Yeah.
This to me is lack of respect, okay? And the fact is, we had an all-day meeting where the top staff and the board, and it was, we'll refuse, we won't. I mean, I would do that if you were all in an all-day meeting. I'd say, can I do it? I used to do it in all the jobs that I did. And so to me, that really hit me.
How do we relate that to, and I understand, I hear you, I hear exactly what you're saying. How do we relate that at a high level in terms of policy, and how do we allow that to trickle down not, I don't know about the lunch piece, but how do we allow?
It's
Our
not,
policy.
can I tell you, it's not lunch. It's that there is not a respect for the position of the commissioners. It's like you're over here
Let's get some other voices
and
in.
we're, okay, sorry.
I have a
Commissioner
possible
Roy.
solution.
Okay.
I think you and I kind of touched on it. So instead of an edict coming down from a direct report that directly impacts commissioners, whether it's lunch, whether it's whatever, I really feel if it's a directive to commissioners, it should go through the it should come from the ED and through the ED and from the ED. And this would eliminate, so that I refuse the lunch thing, if you agreed with it, it would have come through you and not someone under you. Or, you know what I mean? Like, so we're getting edicts, the mileage to go visit places is an edict that impacts all of us. That didn't come from you or through you. And whether it's lunch or miles or dress code, whatever, if it impacts us, it should come from you and through you.
So.
And that would eliminate-
But this is where I think that the chair and the executive director need to be.
Because we're getting edicts
coordinating.
from underneath
Yeah,
you.
thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you. Maybe, you know what? I'll pause my video when I'm not speaking so I don't feel like I'm Oz. It's not lunch. I understand what you're saying, Chairwoman. It's the principle, and that is a part of the culture. And it did read as disrespectful to the commissioners. Commissioner Roy, I agree with what you're saying. If there was pushback, if the staff had, I don't know, that message should have never came directly from, I don't even want to put anyone on blast. It shouldn't have come from that staffer to commissioners in the form that it came in. And I think that that should have been communicated through the ED. But I also think that it's reflective of the culture. Because like Commissioner Camargo said, I think just about all of us here have been staff in some way, shape, or form. I was an attorney in the Senate, and if people needed lunch, whoever's in the office, you go and you get lunch. Like, that's not really a big deal. But the fact that someone felt empowered to say that in a way that I did see as disrespectful in an email form, I think that speaks to the overall culture here at the commission.
So I'm looking at number 5.
Mhm.
Commissioner requests for staff resources will be made to and approved by appropriate department heads in coordination with the executive director. Now, earlier in this process, all of you wanted to have direct access to department heads. So I don't think we want to take out department heads there. And I think that number 5 refers to serious staff resources to work on a project. I think now you're talking about staff operations, or if someone has a better idea about how to differentiate this issue from the more formal, I need the public health people for a week to do something. Sean, can you help us here?
Can I say one more comment, though? I feel like this is an example of what should not happen. And if we're saying that the ED is the sort of in-between between us and certain members of staff, you know, maybe we just have not been operating in the way that we should have been. So I maybe, Sean, I have to ask, why didn't you communicate that to the commissioners? How did that happen? How did that communication go about? Because technically speaking, the way that we've been going through this charter, the way that we talked about the processes here, usually the messaging, you know, and the communication is really the ED coming to commissioners and, you know, articulating what's happening with staff.
So not in this instance. I remember the email, and it was logistics relative to this meeting. So those emails have never come from me about what to expect as far as what time things start, where the meeting's going to be. So that's logistics as far as I'm concerned.
Well, did you know that that someone was going to say what they will and will not do, and that they're refusing to
No.
work with us?
Hence the reason I went and fetched lunch. So, because I think, like all of you, I've been in a staff position, I still view myself in a staff position. And that choice I made that day when we were all together was basically to just avoid some bullshit.
Right.
To me, that was the path of least resistance, which was, you know what, let me take this off everybody's plate. It's gonna take me 10 minutes to send a chat and go get lunch. And then deal with it afterwards, which is what I did and have done.
How did you feel, I mean, the same question that the chair asked me, did you feel a certain way when that email came through? Like, did you have a conversation with that person?
Rolled my eyes. Yeah, as I'm gonna hear about this. I tend to read things and think, I can tell you how that's gonna land.
And what about like other stuff, like the chair, and I know we're using the lunch example, which kind of sucks, right? Because it's lunch, it's small, something that should not, we shouldn't even be, we
But
shouldn't.
we have to clarify, it's not just lunch, that it's
No,
happened.
that's what I'm saying. No, yeah.
We're
No,
using that because it was so blatant, but there are
Yes.
plenty of times where there's something requested, there's
Yes.
a resource, whatever, and then the pushback I agree with the chairwoman is, no, I don't have to do this, or I disagree, and it does come off as not respecting the position of the commissioners.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say was, yes, I agree, but I guess wanted to say, we're using the lunch example, and I'm trying to get it out of the way. But what you just said, Commissioner Concepcion, and I think the solution that, Commissioner Roy just came up with, I guess my question is, Chair, you're feeling that, we've all felt it, I think, in different ways. How do we combat that, right? Because we do want to talk to staff, we do want to talk to the department heads, and then now we're kind of saying everything has to go through Sean, then back to us, which then creates more of a bottleneck, right? We were trying to.
That's not what I said. I said an edict. If an edict that, not everyday communications, or
Okay.
if it's an edict that impacts us in
Got it.
any way,
Got you.
he should be
Got it.
directing it. He should have signed off on that. He should have signed off on the I refuse, if it's really what.
Even workload, so like a workload, like let's say you asked, like you said, the example, can I use research 2 weeks in a row? So if Dr.
He
Johnson,
would sign off on that.
well, let's say Dr. Johnson says, Commissioner Roy, I can only work with you for a week because I don't have capacity the next week.
Right.
Would that come from Dr. Johnson or would that come from Sean?
He'd be the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I do, as an example, if that were the example, if Commissioner Roy felt like I desperately need this resource, I would encourage her to come to me.
Mhm.
And then but to be fair, I would go talk to Julie.
That's right.
And say, what's up?
And God, all right.
Well, I would hope that Julie originally
It's
would say.
happened. I asked, this is legitimately has happened. I asked for a while back her as a resource and it wasn't really right fit and you explained why. And I was like, it was great. Okay, I get it. I ran it by you. You said, no, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but I asked for something like for Julie to whatever and she didn't even know about it. I ran it by you and you're like, this isn't really the right fit. And then
Yeah.
it was fine. So
Probably do a lot of that. So.
yeah, but when you have a change in like policy or I refuse, or that needs to come from you. That should come from your subordinates. Like a policy, like the lunch is like, you're right, it's kind of a crazy example, but the mileage, that should come from you.
And I'm hoping that's still working its way through a process that will end with me, but.
Yeah, we're having a meeting on Friday, but that's, I mean, I think it should be a commission thing too, right? Not
Right.
just,
I feel like,
should be part of our SOPs.
yeah, I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional that our positions or authority, for lack of a better term, are getting watered down. I mean, Commissioner Concepcion and I got asked if we could be called Ava and Kim 2 weeks ago. So I don't know what's happening.
That's my
here.
fault. I'll take this.
So let's just, Sean, do you have a suggestion about how to address these kind of almost like small slights? Or slights, maybe not so
They're
small?
not small slights. And
Okay,
this-
so my point is, but
I just gotten enough evidence in
No,
the
but-
past week
but-
that this will be used to go, I refuse again.
So I think that in terms of staff resources, as we just talked, you need someone's time for 2 weeks, that this really does address that. But I don't know, I'm wondering if you have a suggestion about how to address the more kind of day-to-day issues. I don't mean to put you on the spot. It's okay to
Yeah,
say you need more time to think about it.
I'm thinking, I don't want to, I'm also trying to predict, not predict, but understand or unpack the myriad of interactions that could lead to that. So the title thing is a good example. From day one of this agency, I have been, I've been an asshole about you use titles.
About what?
Using
Titles.
titles.
You are commissioner. That for me is that is respect, that is stature, and so there has never been, during my tenure, a shift in that philosophy. That is like a pet peeve of mine, like an absolute pet peeve. And so that slight, I think that's a slight on me as well, because I have held that line aggressively. And again, mostly, and the philosophy behind that, just to give you a little moment here to, I guess, explain why is respect. And it's not only the respect for individual commissioners, but for this agency, in the fact that if we ask people to respect us, we need to respect ourselves. And so my intent there is, if any commissioner is in public, they'll be referred to as a commissioner, because we want people to respect us as an agency. And so my philosophy, therefore, has been, if it's one-on-one and the commissioner says, call me something, that's fine. If there's anyone external to this agency, I don't care what they told you to say, then you refer to them as commissioner. So I don't know how those things can come up. The only thing I can think to say is that we have to deal with them when they happen, and sort of nip them before they become issues. And that's basically, that's degrees of accountability. And that's also, I think, I can't sit here and tell you it's going to fix itself. It's not. We have to fix it, but I don't know how you can govern it, is what I'm getting at.
I've thought.
Sure.
If we go to number 1, the commissioners respect the position of the entity. You go to number 2, the ED respects the commissioners. Where can we have a third? The staff respects where is the staff's respect? Like commissioners are to respect, executive director is to respect. Can we make a sentence, staff is to respect? Because I don't see that here.
I think that's a good idea. And I think it's both. I think the staff respect the role of the executive director and commissioner.
That's what we need. It's missing in
a
here.
co-governance model.
Yeah,
We need a new number 3.
I think that's right.
Start
Thank
off
you.
with that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a good.
And I think we need to be mindful of it, the rest of this document. Every time we have a commissioner respects or an ED respects, we need a staff respects in there
Yeah, but I think
to balance it.
and I think it's also acknowledging the tension between my role vis-a-vis commissioners,
Right.
that they respect and understand the co-governance structure of the agency and agree. We should think about the language, but that priorities are established.
Have we
in a
used the word
collaborative way.
governance in there?
We talked about it toward the beginning,
Maybe we need to repeat it
the
here.
cooperative work environment.
Co-governance is a good word.
So would I have the staff respect the roles of the executive director and the commissioners in their co-governance structure of the commission? And then someone was going to add and understand the priorities. I didn't get as much on that.
Because I think Commissioner Margie, you touched on the priority piece is, yes, the agency has priorities that are established through a formal vote, and that's a deliberative process. But then that doesn't preclude each commissioner from taking on a project or priority. And to your point too, those priorities might be multi-year efforts. So you may dig in deep on something that you want to move the needle on during your tenure. But you may also, to do that, you may need a 1-month-long project or 2-month-long project that is in pursuit of that. But you might also be working with outside agencies and that, so I guess every project has sort of branches to it.
But thank you for
I
that.
think Commissioner Concepcion is waiting. Yeah. I'm assuming that when I see you, you have something that you want to say.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you. I was debating on it. I want to say things that are productive and are in line with our charter. I also feel like a part of this is, the chair mentioned this during one of our previous governance sessions about how this document is going to solve all of our issues. We'll work from there. But the executive director, the staff understand that we do not have the authority to hire and fire and, do any sort of actions to them formally as commissioners. And I think we have to, and we do rely on our executive director to intervene when something is disrespectful. And Sean, you sort of glazed over this about sort of your reactions when this happens. When we receive a no, or when something is written in a way that can be perceived as condescending or rude, it's unfortunately that becomes your role to sort of step in between and mediate and to make sure that the respect continues beyond just our titles, beyond just calling us commissioners, also understanding that respect needs to carry through. And I think that, this isn't, Susan, I know, I can't see your face, but I know you're probably like, where do I put this in the charter? I don't know if this necessarily is language in the charter, but it's definitely a cultural problem that has occurred and continues to occur here at the commission. And unfortunately, that does weigh on our executive director, that sort of that fine line that we don't have the authority. I'm technically not the staff's boss, and they do utilize that in communicating with us and feeling like they can tell us no, or pushing against some of the things that we ask for.
Okay, Commissioner Stebbins and then Commissioner Roy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
a lot of thoughts going, because all of us have encountered this pushback. And I've always thought it would be helpful, and I'm also trying to disconnect the two between, what we refer to as, I have a quick question. I'm going to Kyle maybe, even though he sits under, but I'm going to Kyle because it's a quick question. So I segment out those call for resources, bigger efforts, kind of to Commissioner Roy's example, or when a working group is needed. And I've got that pushback, and I think, one, as a commissioner, I need a better sense somehow of, all right, if you're telling me you're too busy, be hopeful, and I want the staff to be able to say, this is what I'm busy working on, as opposed to that just blanket, I'm too busy.
Or no.
Or
I've been
no.
told no,
Right.
just no, I'm too busy. But then, later on it's, well, this and that, and
All right,
it's just no.
let's Commissioner Stebbins.
But I'm picking up on something you said and share your overall comments. And it kind of goes back to goal setting. They are the ED's goals. And in effect, I think I've said this before, they become commission goals because all of his goals are supposed to cascade down. I think the five of us should look to those opportunities for things that we personally want to work on. I hope they tie into a goal and we can make that argument that a 5-year strategic plan or 3-year strategic plan for SEP. Oh, I know I want to be a part of that. I know how I want to be a part of that. The chair may know how she wants to be a part of that. We all collectively want to support those goals. And as much as they cascade down, they should also invite opportunity from commissioners. So kind of a side thought, but again, everybody realizing we're all pulling in the same direction. But this position that the ED holds of, I feel that whatever request I have is fitting into the narrative of a goal. I want to have some conversation about using staff resources. I know I have a line to the direct reports. If a direct report says no, then my fallback is going to be, all right, maybe there is enough going on if I know what's going on, or I'm going to engage you to kind of be the referee. I know that puts you in a tough position, but comes with the job, but at the same time, I think it helps resolve that pushback. Or at least has a thoughtful conversation around that pushback and why something might not be a priority or may not be an immediate work focus. You know, not to harp on this too long, but this, this lunch issue, that just kind of gets back to what's kind of the team mentality or team approach, that we have a responsibility to help foster, the ED has a responsibility to help foster. I don't know how you put that to paper either. I like the staff respect piece because it does include them. It does kind of help build this culture that we need to reinforce of teamwork. We're all busy. We all want to help. We're all engaged in the goals. If somebody asks you to do something, your immediate response should not be that's not my job, or I'm not going to do that. So I don't know how I look at these in kind of just separate chunks.
I'm going to take Commissioner Roy's comment and then ask you to give me time during lunch to try and draft something, because I think I've heard a lot.
Yeah, thank you. We do need a number 3 with the staff.
Yes,
respect.
that's
So
what
I think we're all
I'm going
agreeing
to try to
with that.
draft, yeah.
I think we could beef that up, and you're going to work on that. And I just will use, you said about the working group, and you might have outside agencies. You were starting to say that example. So that was what I did, right? So, and I'll use myself as the example. Like, I worked with Commissioner Stebbins for over a year on a working group. We had external agencies partner with us. We didn't use any staff resources. At the beginning, we had Julie, she got redeployed. Our research team got, because of needs, so Sean made that decision to redeploy them. We carried on with no staff resources, but we voted on it as a commission. So it went from an external working group and individual priority to commission policy. There was a dragging of the feet after the policy was voted on before we circulated it publicly. So what I respectfully ask is, if in this, we talk about staff respects the roles of the ED and commissioners in their co-governance and respects procedures implemented by the executive director and policy voted on by the commission. Because I feel there was a lack of respect, for lack of a better term, for that vote. Maybe I'm seeing ghosts, but it took a long time. So I feel we need to put that in there.
That was good language. Can you say that again? Respects procedures?
The procedures implemented by the executive director and policy voted on by the commission. Because I feel there was a lack of respect for that policy that we voted on.
All right, I'm going to move us on. I just want to make an observation, is that there may also be generational differences at play in terms of boundary setting. Because I think
What does
that
that
this
mean?
is,
I mean, I think I know what you mean, but.
I think that
I just know what generation I'm in, but go ahead.
what's been observed is that the newest generation of workers is very clear about setting boundaries about their time. I'm not saying this about the commission staff, just generally about their time, about what their roles and responsibilities are. And so it is kind of a trend in workers.
So I had written a little note here, okay, because Sean and I had a conversation, because this also, we need to write into every single job description, okay, that this is, it's,
And other things.
No. But we talked about utility infielders, right? That this organization is shifting. We can't continue to hire and hire and hire and hire. And at some point in time, what we're doing, well, it's already beginning to pivot right now. We probably need more lawyers and more investigators, but people who are going to be pivoting on what they do based on the saturation of the market. I believe that everybody needs to have written into their job description a little bit of that utility infielder language, because just because it's not in the jobs, you have to do what it takes to, so for instance, we don't have anyone in a meeting sitting Okay.
to draft a new number 3. And then we'll move on.
May I add, Susan?
Yes.
I think the number 3 here needs to be baked in all over this document because there's onus on us, there's onus on him, but there's a lot of the commissioners will or will not, ED will or will not, but there's not a lot of staff. So I think we're,
I'm not going to be able to do that during
Missing it.
lunch. So
Not
let's-
during lunch,
let's-
but, I
Let's
mean,
look at the document
yeah.
as we go through it. If you have suggestions about where to add things in, we can talk about those. For now, I'm going to ask you to look at 4 through 8. Were there any comments or questions about 4 through 8?
who added staff work priorities?
Where are you?
Number 4? On the right page, number 9?
That's been there for many, many moons.
Staff work.
Well, again, that was the original question I asked, which is who establishes the priorities?
Oh, no, this was the sentence that we crafted at the last one.
Yeah.
Commissioners and staff are
Can we change it
encouraged
to commission priorities? Can we change that?
We could say commissioner and staff.
Or commission
Yeah.
priorities?
If you had commissioner and staff, I don't know, but
I think the purpose of this sentence, let's not lose track for what was one of the key problems that led to this committee and this work, was that staff, there was a tension between commissioners and staff when commissioners went directly to staff and upended their workday based on the priorities their supervisors had set for them. And so the purpose of this sentence was, let's just follow the whole trend. First, it was that only the commissioners could only have direct contact with the executive director, and the executive director would handle all workflow. Then you all asked, no, we want to have access to department heads also. And when we called them direct reports, it was direct access to direct reports, direct access to department heads, with notification to the executive director. Then what happened at the last meeting was, this says we can't talk to staff at all. We should be able to have coffee, drop in at their offices. And this sentence was to say there should be mutual informal engagement, but there needs to be respect for people's workday at the same time. That was the purpose of this sentence.
So
Yeah.
let me just raise with this series of increasingly poorly spelled and obnoxious attacks at me because someone couldn't get their medical card, right? I actually just forwarded it to Kathy Oliver Jones, said, hey Kathy, so will I not be able to do that under this set of,
That's exactly what you can do.
okay, all right.
I think that's a really great example of how that system should work.
This gets back to us being complaint box A and feeding stuff
Yeah.
down to staff.
But that also doesn't help me. I don't even need to
Right.
be in the mix on that.
That's right.
You wouldn't want to see that? I'm sorry. You wouldn't want to see that or be, my tendency is to copy the world on an email, even though in that case, I would send it right to Kathy, but certainly let a bunch of other people know this was going to her. But
So what I'm saying when it doesn't need me is it doesn't need to, Sean, can you send this to Kathy? Sean, can you handle this? I don't need to. If there's a courtesy copy to me, that's great.
You're okay.
Um,
I reached out to Jim the other day because I got an email from a lab.
Yeah.
I didn't put you on it. He did when he responded back to me, but he's a director. So I just said, hey, by the way, I got this email from a lab. What do you think? And then he got back. So to your point, like, did I do the wrong thing or does it not matter?
I don't think it's the wrong thing. A copy helps, I'll be clear. But my knowledge helps, especially too, if, let's say Kathy, and this is a hypothetical, she's very responsive. Let's say she just, it didn't see it, it got buried,
No
whatever.
vacation, whatever.
You know?
Are you director?
She's a
Yeah,
director,
okay.
yep.
This is also, can I please get my org chart like by April 1st?
Okay.
Is but that also helps me because I literally don't know what her title is, right?
I'm just saying for this one, can we
Right.
just change with respect for commission priorities?
So I think that deletes what we were trying to do in this sentence. We're going to put commission
Was that
priorities.
and commission priorities?
So, sure, we can add that.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just don't want to take out staff at work priorities because I think then we're missing what was a primary purpose of these things. Okay, anything else on 4 through 8?
Were we gonna put the old number 3 someplace?
She's gonna work.
6?
The new number 3? Oh, yes, and we'll move number 3. Do you have a suggestion of where it would best go?
The old number 3 or the new number 3?
The old number 3.
The old number 3.
They either combine it or bake it into number 6. Current number 6.
Keep it separate.
Can I just add for number 3, Commissioner, Roy's comment about just trying to make it throughout the document? I mean, we could think about it later, think about it during lunch, but also just, we're asking for respect from our staff. We also have to respect our staff. But I think that should go baked with your point throughout this document.
Okay, that's for the new number 3. Okay.
I'm just saying, because we're asking, we're asking staff to respect us. We also need to respect them. I'm not saying that any of us have disrespected them. I'm just saying like we should, what you said about the generational piece is very true. I'm glad you brought it up. I think it's a great discussion point. That's very real right now.
All right, number 8 was agreed language, but it was brand new and I wanted to make sure I got it right. That's why I left it in blue. So could you take a look at number 9 and tell me if that matches what your memory of what we were trying to do is?
Well done, Commission standing.
Does that look okay?
Yeah, we're just on 9, right?
Just on
Just 9, yeah, I'm good with that. I think it's well done.
I just have a question on the last
Yes.
sentence. Project charter may be used for SOP creation, like, so it's optional, and who determines when it's optional?
Because some SOPs won't be relevant to the commissioners.
I don't
Sorry,
understand that
sorry about
sentence.
the last sentence.
How are you
So
Charter.
who determines relevancy?
A project charter may be used
So
for
may,
SOP
who
creation.
determines when or when not a project charter is needed for SOP, and who determines whether or not it's relevant? to the
So,
commission?
so this is what I think the negotiation of the chair and the executive director should be, which is representing all the commissioners to ascertain what your priorities are, working with the executive director to make sure that your priorities are heard, and then negotiating, if you will, how those resources are established.
Commissioners?
So do you want to say the chair and executive director will determine if a project charter is needed?
Well, just, it says that the chair and the executive director determine the priority SOPs annually. I mean, it could be annually, or also on an ongoing basis. If there are-
I think that Commissioner Roy's question is who determines when
Yeah.
a project charter would be used?
Like, they might
for
not feel it
SOP?
rises up to even tell you, but then in hindsight, you may say, yeah, I should have known about the lunch SOP refusals.
Do you want to, how do you feel about the chair and the executive director will determine if a charter will be
Don't you want to know
used
what, to be able
for
to
an
say,
SOP revision?
no, not
Or-
relevant,
But that working group, we're assigning him approval of working groups in other areas, but not giving him or sharing that authority.
But
on
what's the
working
piece
groups.
that's missing for you? Because I don't think I'm
Is-
hearing what you're saying.
Okay, there's the I Refuse Club that says I refuse is going to be an SOP, and these are all the refusals. Well, a project charter, he signs off on the project charters.
He also signs off on the SOPs. So I don't know that the executive director would sign off on, here's the refusal SOP.
The I Refuse Club.
But at any point in time,
Yeah.
a group of 3 commissioners can overrule.
An SOP,
Can't we?
can we?
I don't think so.
You don't?
Well,
Why not?
at what point does this document micromanage every aspect of this agency?
No, but I'm just saying, I don't think that we should be micromanaging. But if there's a significant conflict, okay?
Wait, but can you finish your
Yeah.
thought?
Oh, no, I thought he,
No, just like we're gonna look at every SOP, develop our priority SOPs. If we don't like the SOP, it's gonna be on an agenda for the commission to vote on. Does that mean that and by setting that precedent, are all the other existing SOPs therefore void because they've not been voted on by the commission?
that's not what I'm saying. I'm not.
That's what I heard. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no. I'm not saying that they're not void if we don't all vote on them, but I'm saying if there is a sense, because this is, again, not for you, but in the future, okay? That in terms of the sort of 3 commissioners can vote to establish a policy that may conflict. And so the point is, you have an outlet if you think that this is undermining a priority of maybe yours, that maybe you have other commissioners can share your priority. Ultimately, and this is, we retain the power, 3 people retain the power to set policy, to change course. So we always have that power. Now, we don't want to be doing it every month. And again, this is part of the implementation, but this to me is always our legal safety valve, that we always have the ability to do that.
But I think, if this sentence really bothers you, we can just take it out because it's not really necessary. It's just saying there's a possibility that an SOP is going to require a level of resources of commissioners and staff, and so it would be done through a project charter. But it doesn't need to be in here. It doesn't, if it's
I
not
don't
in
understand
here.
that sentence. I
Okay,
hear what
so
everybody's saying, but I
maybe we
don't
just take
understand.
it out and leave it open.
Do other commissioners feel a certain way? Commissioners Douglas.
Okay, here's an example.
Councilor Sion?
This is you and I have a meeting Friday.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if other commissioners.
Oh, I was just gonna-
I feel like we've heard,
Right.
I'm just
Okay.
curious.
Okay, let's see other opinions.
I just
They just don't understand it, right?
Well, I'm trying to clarify it with an example.
Go ahead.
Friday, we have a meeting about
Yeah,
mileage
mileage, yeah.
reimbursement, you and I, right?
Yeah.
Because an edict came down that didn't go through Sean, that impacts us. And what if there's an SOP saying no mileage? And we consider it part of our professional development to
Which
go
right now,
visit, learn about
that's how it
extractions,
is.
learn about cultivation, to go to these places. We're not commissioners of our counties, we're commissioners of the Commonwealth, that's from Pittsfield to P-Town.
Sure.
And if the SOP limits our ability to be the best commissioners we can be, then we should be able to, 3 of us should be able to overrule that SOP.
Mhm.
You may, not you, the next AD may say, yeah, I'm not giving them that mileage. No. We should be able to overrule that because it's limiting our ability.
Gotcha.
Does that help?
Yeah, and I think the reason why we're having that meeting on Friday is because I was having a separate conversation around mileage and reimbursement. You were having a separate conversation as well.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring us
But what if
together.
it was enacted as an SOP?
No, but right now, technically, the reason why we're meeting on Friday is because right now, how it reads,
It's silent.
it's silent. So commissioners are
So
not
it's
allowed.
right for an SOP. It's right. And what if there's an SOP that says, nope, 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 nope?
So so you're saying that the last sentence, a project charter may be used for SOP creation or revision. I still don't get it within the
I said
example.
may, I was stuck on the may.
Yeah, I guess I'm still
Not
not seeing the
must.
sentence, even as it relates to the example. I'm just confused about the sentence. I don't know how it reads, so I don't know if anybody else could shed some light.
I read it as an outlet valve. It's kind of, we have SOPs that deal with lots of different topics, lots of different procedures. This one might be one that involves a bigger conversation, the CFAO, it all depends on the issue. So leaving that as an outlet to have a project charter created, have the team talk about it, I think is.
In a way, you're right, because it also means that if there's an SOP that the commissioners don't like, they can develop a project charter.
So for
To
example,
have a discussion.
yeah, so,
Could go
using it-
either way.
yeah, thank you. I'm gonna say Bruce right now. Thank you, Bruce.
I'm getting asked if you call me commissioner.
Yeah, well, you and I are guilty of that because in our working group, we we told folks, just call us by our first name. So, but, no, we don't gotta apologize. Everybody has their own take on it. Commissioner Roy, I get it now. So even let's say that on Friday, we had the meeting using this example of mileage, and they say, nope, it's not gonna, so then here, we can then create a project charter, develop it, go get information from other state agencies, the feds, everybody else, and then create, and then come back to the commission and say, hey, can we vote on this mileage situation? Because the ED says no and everybody else.
Why can't we just vote on it? Why do we need a project charter?
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying on the sentence.
No, but you're stepping it up to like the worst case, right? Say there's something that you're not satisfied with, you create a project. Hang on, can I just finish? You create a project charter, you have the discussion with staff, and maybe you develop a revision to the SOP and the executive director approves it.
Maybe
And
if
so-
needed, maybe?
Well, that's the May.
Got it.
A charter.
Okay.
It's the outlet,
Yeah.
So
tool.
does it say elsewhere in this document, and I can't remember, if you sign off, it doesn't say in the sentence, sign off on all the SOPs. Where does
Yes,
it?
it does say that. There is a place
We
that
can
it
find
says
it.
that.
Like, it just seems like it's missing that Sean would have to
It is there. I don't know
ultimately
exactly where, but
ultimately approve
the
every
executive
SOP.
director signs off on the SOPs.
Can I pose a question that I think is, it's philosophical to the document?
It says it right here. I just want to say, SOPs delineate commission processes on a range of functions and are ultimately approved by the executive director. But sorry, Sean.
That's better, because this actually helps further clarify the point that the chair made that I reacted to, because for me, this document is intended, from my perspective at least, so selfishly from my perspective, to delineate authority and to identify the lanes of authority, the accountability in authority, and the respect for authority across the entire agency. So what is the role and capacity of the commission? How does that interplay with the role and capacity of the executive director? And then how do the two of us, the functions, the body of the commission, my role or the role of the executive director, how does that then dictate and set out the expectations for the entire team of the agency? And so my view, SOPs are they're administrative. And again, I'm not going to. They range, they run the gamut for this is what we do with, this is how we conduct investigations to this is how we open the mail. From my view, and I think this, Madam Chair, where you were coming down, is that the commission now sets policy. And so at some point, the commission, all of the existing commission policies that have been adopted are going to then become potentially SOPs. That includes regulations as policy, but it could just be policy statements. The commission directs the executive director to do the following. That's a policy. But then that direction then becomes an SOP, in my opinion. What I'd like to avoid, but I'm posing this as a question now, I guess, is I don't think that SOP itself is what is on a commission agenda. Because that, I think, is like there's a bright line there. But I think, and so in the instance where, and I'll use the mileage example just to use a live example that we're batting about, is I don't think the commission should vote on what is the SOP on mileage. I think that if the commission had an opinion that commissioners ought to be reimbursed for mileage, then make that policy statement and then an SOP should reflect that.
I agree, that's fine, as
Yeah.
long as at the end
Right.
of the day,
That'd be
the
good.
That's what I'm
commission
trying to
is
I
recognized.
think that's respecting what you were saying.
But
was
what
the
you originally said, I don't think you should be voting on,
SOP.
so turn it into policy, got it.
That's what I'm getting. at,
Okay.
Is really that lane of, again, because I think what I don't want to do is set up a precedent where, well, the commission voted on one SOPs, now the commission has to vote on all SOPs.
Yeah, that's not administrative duty that.
No.
Yeah, no,
And I think that's what I'm struggling with, is
Yeah.
like just the lane. So that helps clarify. Thank you.
yeah, no, you helped clarify it.
But it's
Thank
also
you.
the tension. This is, again, the 2 months ago, I said I'd like an org chart with names, titles, salaries,
Vote on it.
figures. No, but that's
We
what I'm
vote
saying,
on
is that I don't want to, I feel like my only outlet is to vote and embarrass somebody, and that is not my style to vote and embarrass someone.
I think what I was trying to do with this language is, I know you had expressed, like, we don't want to air like silly, dirty laundry, petty, right? And I'm trying to avoid that. That's why I brought this up, because we're all trying to avoid it coming to meeting. We want to get it done behind the scenes and not have to say we need we direct the executive director to reimburse commissioners for mileage. We're trying to avoid that.
Commissioner Roy, are you okay with the sentence as it is now?
Project charter,
With your understanding
maybe.
of that? So that
I
we
might be
can,
able to give an example of why one might not be necessary. Change the SOP.
does it work? Because I think everyone around you is saying that it works. So I just want to see if you've been persuaded by your colleagues.
I guess so. As long as like there's checks and balances.
But see, that the whole point is that we
Sounds like-
do
it
have
sounds
checks and
like-
As long as
balances.
it's checks and
We
balances.
have checks and balances,
Okay.
but it's sort of, we want to
Yeah.
avoid embarrassing staff. And so they need to know that we can still embarrass them.
Number
I
10
just
is,
want to hear what Sean had a point. I just.
Yeah, and so it's to reinforce that point, which is there might be a circumstance where the project charter is not necessary because with this, stroke of a pen, an SOP can be changed.
Okay.
And so in that instance, it might be, if you required a project charter, you're just going to delay the inevitable. So
Right.
if there was agreement and universal agreement,
All right,
why go through the exercise?
Okay. All right.
all right, let's look at number 10. What I want to, we had revised number 10 and then Yao had asked for his staff to take a look at it. So what you see in the blue text right now is the investigations and enforcement team's suggestions based on what we had done at our last meeting. So take a look at number 10 and let me know if there are questions. We can look at it just, so the first one is just the proper naming of the team. I think that would be okay, yes? In A, there are some changes, so information on an investigation or licensing matter, including but not limited to allegations leading to the investigation, current status, and an estimated timeline for completing the investigation or licensing recommendation if available. Any questions or concerns, or do those look like appropriate changes?
They do, at least to me.
Yeah.
I would actually leave circumstances in there as well as allegations, might be allegations or circumstances. Allegations to me implies an external
Mhm.
complaint, where circumstances might also be discovery on behalf of the commissioner.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
I just have a question. What's the definitions of a licensing matter? So like I got a heads up from a lab that's something, there's a problem. That's not really a licensing matter,
Correct.
and I'm shielded off according to,
That's now an investigation.
so it's now, but it's not a licensing matter.
But I can confirm for you personally that that's now an investigation.
But a licensing matter being, where am I in the queue? I'm at
Change of ownership.
provisional,
Right.
if I'll be on the next agenda.
Type of
That's
thing.
what I think of a licensing question.
And Commissioner Ryan, I think we'll catch up with you. So,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, so we'll have it read limited allegations or circumstances leading to an investigation. All right, let's look at B again. B adds or licensing matter. And then there's a new sentence, in accordance with the dynamic.
Are you on B? Can I also get back to, because this is actually an issue that shared the complaint with the executive director. Do we have to include the chief of, because I'm going to give a couple of examples, okay? Hearing from potential licensees who say, if we talk to a commissioner and it gets back to us, you will go to the back of the line. And we know that those statements have been made. And, so I worry a little bit about that because sometimes there is, and I have a handful of what I think is less than optimal communications with licensees. And I want to be able to report that to Sean, but I may not want to report that to,
I think we talked about that last week, and Sean said that the first thing that he would need
I
to
may
do.
want him to deal with it. I don't want to, it says executive director
And or.
oh, says that, yeah,
What
but
do you and or?
and or. I want to just get help with words. Could you understand what
I'm
I'm,
fine with that, yeah.
okay.
Were you adding something though?
I don't
No,
understand.
I just had a
What's the
question
situation?
because I think we had the conversation last time and Sean said that if you inform him, he's going to go to
Yeah.
the chief to ask him about it, right?
You just don't, you personally, you think, this is, let's say, not you.
I don't think I should, because I don't want to, when I see and, I just want to have the option of telling him, because sometimes there's a problem with the way something's being handled, and I may not want to have to report, to the chief of investigations, because I've gotten a number of sort of somewhat troubling complaints about comments that have been made to licensees about different things. And so, I think we need to fix that languaging, but that's more operational than here. But I think it should be and or. So anyway, I think
I just want to remind us that so much of this shit is so personal. Because of everything that is happening behind the scenes and personalities and egos and everything else. Let's remind ourselves that this, and I'm not saying this to you, Chair, I'm just saying, Sean may not be in that seat forever. You and I and Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins and Concepcion may not be in these seats forever. So let's make sure we don't forget that, because I think sometimes there's so much shit going on that we have so much emotion to personalities and titles. So
we've had a state senator with a very emotional response.
I know, but I don't care about him right now. I'm talking about us, because
I think
we're creating a document and we're there's a lot of personal stuff in this document. So I'm just saying, yes, we can either go to the ED or, next ED you may not want to go to, because you may not want to go to him, but you may want to go to the chief investigator or whatever. So I'm just saying, I'm just bringing it to the forefront.
No, but I don't think you should ever leave him out of the loop on something like this.
Of course not. It sounds like the
Yeah,
proposal is to.
And/or.
Thank you.
Everyone okay with that?
Yes,
Yeah.
I move to strike the next sentence in accordance with the Dynamics FAQ available
Yeah,
at
I think-
CCC as library commissioners. I'm not lying, I'm not doing that.
And what's the point?
Why not?
It's just a suggestion.
Again,
Some of it's hearsay we hear, I'm gonna put it on record. Some of it could be rumor or hearsay, and I wanna run it by him, and this is making me put stuff, if I understand
it's
it
also,
correctly?
Commissioner Roy, it's also, I don't know if you do this, but sometimes if I'm reading this as one of the, and I'm trying to get better at this, licensee reached out to me about X, Y, and Z. I log it into Dynamics, the conversation, so everybody else can see it.
I don't even, no, I don't
Yeah,
do
I
that.
don't know Dynamics either.
I don't really know Dynamics well.
So,
I was told commissioners really don't use Dynamics when I got onboarded.
I mean,
Why do you
Started
do that?
using it to
We all
do
have
you do
different
that?
levels of knowledge with
create
it.
that record.
Mine's bad, yours,
I just got it from former commissioners who were learn how to use it. Commissioner Flanagan, kind of was learn how to use it, make sure you log in a lot of your, the email. If it's an email, just log it into Dynamics, because then somebody else, let's say Mercedes, can see that they've already emailed me first.
so why do we all
So-
have different levels of knowledge of it? Why do we all have different
I've
methods?
asked, I've trained myself. I've asked for training. I stay on it. I learn, take 15, 20 minutes of it. I don't use it all the time, though. Don't get me, don't,
Yeah, so
I don't use it all the
I'm
time.
gonna get Commissioner Concepcion.
Yeah.
But just,
Thank you. Oz is back. Actually, with Commissioner Roy on this front, I wanted to make a comment when we got to this point. It doesn't read as if we have discretion. It's reading that all communication has to be
Right.
logged. So I would also like to strike it.
And is that because the FAQ requires it's everything?
Everything
They
that
can
we
do an
do in writing is
e-discovery.
public.
Yes, and they can do an e-discovery of our emails if necessary, and everything is public record, and everything is permanent. Everything you type and write is permanent.
Yeah.
So therefore, there is access to it, and that's a big thing.
Does anyone want to speak on behalf of keeping this in?
I mean, I do, just because who added it? It was added here for a reason, so I don't know if there's.
The blue comments are the investigations and enforcement team comments based on what we did in 2 weeks ago.
Sean, could you weigh in?
Yeah, just
Yeah,
curious.
I'm thinking, there's going to be circumstances where, but I think to Commissioner Concepcion's point, the discretion should be available to commissioners to a degree. Because I want to be honest too, that there's going to be circumstances where it is important that our staff are aware of those communications when they occur.
But functionally, how does this?
Let's just.
No, but I don't understand how it
I just want
works.
Sean to finish his sentence.
So there's going to be circumstances where, for instance, a licensee is, say, in the midst of an investigation. We want to know if they're, in this instance, let's say we've now confronted them through notices of deficiency as well as potentially informing them of a letter of enforcement intent. They are now on notice that we intend to bring this matter to the commission. After that, then they reach out to each of you, but not collectively, but one email, one email, one email, one email. So you're completely blind to the fact that your other commissioners are aware. And in that email is a just riddled with misrepresentations. That's now an added charge to that enforcement document for us. But if we're not aware of it, and I may not think, to be fair, to do an e-discovery, and that's not
Okay,
going
but
to
wait,
be.
wait a minute. So what you're saying, so this, I don't understand how this works. So this is,
Dynamic?
so I literally can't have the conversation unless I understand. So so in going into dynamics, I can see all the conversations pertinent to a particular investigation.
You would be able, so there's different levels of dynamics where licensee information would be in there, including communications with that licensee potentially. What might also be included, which you may not have visibility into, is the investigative files.
Mhm.
So the notice of deficiency in their response, or a memorandum of communication, which is all the administrative record on the back end of an investigation, that is shielded, that is firewalled.
Yeah.
And
Because I don't want to be looking at that.
and I think
Right.
that's exactly why it is. But
Yes.
you may, go ahead, sorry, Commissioner.
No, I was saying it is, I don't mean to cut you off, Sean. I was saying it is helpful. I understand the utility. I understand the rationale for including that language. I just think if we include something like this, fine, but it shouldn't be so rigid where the way that I see it is all communication must go through
But
dynamics.
if you could just restate your example, because I want to understand it, because again, I had some initial, this is dynamics, well, you kind of don't really need to, you know what I mean? And so I've literally hadn't been trained in dynamics because I was told it wasn't that important, that everything's captured, so, it should be okay. So just give me that example again, so I can understand.
Yeah, so let's say, for instance, we are conducting an investigation into a licensee. That investigation generates, and I'm trying to think of some real examples that I'll then turn into anonymous ones. We, in the course of the investigation, we reach a critical mass of information. We believe that they violated, regulations X, Y, Z. The first proffer of our enforcement arm now, so it's now advanced from investigation to enforcement, would be a letter of enforcement intent, where it's basically our charging document. We will lay out every aspect of these are our findings, here's the facts that support that finding, facts that support that finding. In response to that, again, hypothetically, a licensee or their representatives may individually reach out to each of you and say, this is bullshit, and here's why it's bullshit. We didn't do any of this, we didn't do any of that, we didn't do any of this. You may not have any awareness or insight into the fact this is even pending.
Yeah.
So your first reaction is going to be, the hell is this? And you have their version of the facts or the story. From my perspective, if I were in your shoes, I'd want to reach out to me, obviously, or yeah, right? And use your discretion there. And then you may also have the ability to self-medicate to a degree by going into dynamics and seeing, or here's another example where it might be relevant.
See, I don't know going into dynamics, so then all of a sudden I've got testimony here, testimony there, and now I'm already, I don't want to be. I mean, again, I take everything that comes externally with a grain of salt. All I say is this being managed properly? Okay, and that's the only question I ask is it timely?
Yeah.
And can someone talk to somebody?
And where that situation is
That's all I
actually
ask.
where I use dynamics in a productive way. I think at least I think it's productive is, let's say you get an inquiry from a licensee or again, the representative that says, we've not heard back from the commission. Nobody's answering our questions. If you're on the phone with me expressing that accusation, allegation, or concern, I'm going to go right into the dynamics. And there's been times when I've probably talked to each of you and said, I'm looking at an email we sent them yesterday.
Yeah.
You should probably ask them to check this inbox because there's an email there.
Commissioner Roy?
Okay, so why don't we, all right, lack of a better term, split the baby in half. So if Chief of Investigations feel this is important for commissioners to do, I agree with Commissioner Concepcion. We shouldn't be mandated. It should be at our discretion. I feel we all have different levels of understanding of that platform of dynamics. And I know the prior cohort of, I think commissioners had a training of dynamics. I'm requesting that to get us all up to speed, so we're all on the same level of understanding on how to use the platform. I don't even know how to load anything into Dynamics because I've never really done it. I'm sure it's easy, but I don't know. So
Not that
if
easy.
once we have the training, right, we all understand how to use the platform, the utility of the platform, then at our discretion, we can load things in. Does that sound okay?
So what I was going to volunteer as, and I think it's along the same exact lines, is that commissioners are encouraged to utilize and record communications, relevant communications.
All right, that's a good word.
And that, I think, is the statement of all of you are, and it might even, if you want to include the reference to the SOP, but there's definitely issues in there where,
So instead of will, are encouraged.
I think so.
That.
It's
That's
soft,
good.
but
It's soft and
Ava and I have a question, just.
good
Ava's-
training.
Okay, I just wanted to get that language in case that
Hold on, let-
are encouraged to
Attorney
record
Concepcion.
and utilize.
better than this stuff.
She's so good. Okay.
I just have two comments. One is I know we did have training during our orientation, but I also requested another training months ago just as a refresher because I understood all the information that's within Dynamics, but that I think you I don't know who told me, it was multiple commissioners have asked for a retraining on that. So I just wanted to say
And I-
that all together.
And I was told to watch the link. I don't want to watch the link that prior commissioners, I want a fresh one. I don't want to watch a link from 4 years ago. or 3
It's
years
there,
ago.
you go find it.
Commissioner Roy, I'll also just say, just in my comments before, I want to just be clear so that we don't have any confusion because we have it a lot. When I'm using it, like here it says, a commissioner who is informed of a complaint about an existing investigation or licensing matter will share the concern or complaint with the executive director, which yes, always do, or send it to the chief investigation officer, who will follow up on the concern and report back to the commissioners and if appropriate, provide plan for triage, blah, 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 the complaint. So when I've used it, it's been sort of like day-to-day folks that are reaching out to me that I can kind of smell is a situation. But I don't know, after I read that email, I don't know if it's an investigation. I don't know if it's a complaint, right? So I haven't done it a lot because we've been trained, we asked for it too. Like Commissioner Stubbs, you were on it too, right? A few months ago, because we had heard like, oh, maybe you can use it. So I went back and did it. But
That's
like,
right.
yeah, for like one licensee that I know, it's like a freaking flyer kind of situation. I was like, let me log this in, just in case. But I don't know when things come that it's an investigation or a major complaint. But my gut was kind of like, oh, let me just put this in there. So I have not used it in this, how it's sort of said here in this matter. I didn't even know.
You looked at it to peek, but you haven't looked at it to report.
Yeah, I just kind of gut check. Oh, let me put this in there so that if, just in case they say, oh, I reached out to Commissioner Camargo, blah, blah, blah. Yep, no, here it is. Day-to-day stuff.
I think there's a general consensus about what to do with this sentence, so I need some help. The first one is, do you want to remove the first phrase in accordance with the Dynamics FAQ available in the CCC SOP library? Do you need that, or do you want that?
No, because I think we want a training, and frankly, this is.
So hang on, so is it enough to say commissioners are encouraged to log communications?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sean, to relevant times, okay,
Yes.
all right,
Yeah, that makes sense.
okay, great. And I think I saw Sean taking notes that there's a request
You guys
for
can
a.
keep moving. I
need a bio break.
Emergency.
All right, we can take a bio break.
Yeah.
Bio break.
You've got an ID, so.
Yes, I'm good, thank you.
Oh, God, I'm so.
Mr. Stebbins, do you have coffee today?
It did.
Are you going out for coffee?
Not yet, but I was asking because last time he didn't have any coffee.
I have it.
We also,
If you do go out for coffee,
Caffeine.
could I ask you to get me some?
yeah,
Okay.
how do you take it?
Black, just like at Starbucks Pike's Place.
Yeah, that's my go-to. It's the safest choice.
Just a medium, yeah.
Yeah, I'll take one too if we
Can
go.
I, use some cash?
You cannot.
Not?
Nope, I will not accept it.
Do you take Venmo or PayPal?
I'm just a Luddite. I don't take anything, unfortunately. Sorry. It's my generosity.
I rarely have,
I bought scones, so we balance it all.
I think that's gonna be my lunch.
It depends on what time we might break for lunch or we will take that survey when we come back.
Yeah, I think I would like us to go to 1. And break for lunch.
So then I'll run out with that break and grab it.
Okay,
So just to get some fresh air.
thank you, Mr. Executive Director.
Anytime.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director.
You got it.
Use titles appropriately.
I love seeing Ava on like that.
Oh, I know. She's awesome.
She looks great. So it's like,
She's like, Oz is back.
how's everything with you?
Everything is good. We're in kind of college application anticipation, waiting time.
Is it like March 30th when all the decisions get made?
I think so. One might even drop April 1st or, but so far she's been accepted everywhere she's applied.
That's great.
UVM gave her a very generous academic scholarship. UMass Lowell has given her a very good academic scholarship. So
That's great.
she's kind of heard from all of her, I hate using the term safety school, but all the schools that she didn't think were a reach. Let me put it that way.
So there's no panic. She's going somewhere.
She's going somewhere.
Right.
Yeah. So
I put on my camera so you know I'm back.
Okay, exactly.
You're like all over the room. You're kind
This
of
is
like.
weird.
Ava,
I should take a
an
picture. I
immersive
gotta.
experience. You
Can you
just-
take a picture of you?
Yeah.
We just played like a little Bach or something. You'd be this total Monet immersive experience.
You know, Susan, what you brought up in terms of generational, the generational workforce it's alive
Yeah,
at this place. It's
True.
very real, you know. The
That was my point.
It's everywhere. Everyone, I know my husband's employees, all my friends' employees. I mean, that's, it's a,
Would anyone like a clementine? I brought two. Anybody will buy them? See?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm
I
good.
just want to throw it.
I'll throw it back to you.
Nobody's gonna catch it.
Oh my gosh.
yeah, it's real. It's real.
Well,
And we, you know, you don't know how to talk about it or how to navigate it. But just, you know, having conversations, I think, because I've dealt with it a lot. Before I
My little
came here.
keto.
You know.
When all of us came up, you do what needs to be done.
I know,
Like, that's
it's
sort
not
of-
the mentality.
That's our
It's not the
expectation.
mentality.
and I think
It
I
goes
think
like, wow.
obviously most of us, we've been in campaign settings where you,
Chair, we're talking about the
You did everything.
generational piece she mentioned.
That's literally having a conversation with my daughter because she works for Wayfair. They've had a major shakeup, people gone, her direct supervisor is gone, and so now she's,
wow.
I go, she's kind of like, now she's gonna be supervising
Yeah,
an intern or,
yeah.
co-op, but she's talking about how they,
Yeah, I read the email too. I just looked it up. So thank you for reminding
You
me.
looked at it.
what he did then.
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
But you know what, Bruce, you're right, because you're right. The campaign mentality, the certain settings, the mentality of just getting whatever needs to get done.
I mean, the goofy stuff we all have been asked to do,
You know,
just did it.
Yeah.
I remember one night sitting in the campaign office because we'd already like printed, folded, enveloped, stamped an invite that had the wrong date on it.
Oh,
And you sit there with the tea kettle, you steam them all back open
Yeah.
because you got $200 worth of stamps
Yeah.
on envelopes.
So
And then-
we had a little guy, Freddie Mastromarino, he's about 5'2" from Chelsea. And he used to come in and he noticed, you know that fundraiser you have for, Friday, March 16th? It's Friday, March 17th. It had gone to the mail. We went down and my campaign colors were purple and gold. So we had purple ink. He literally went into, the South Station, that huge mail facility.
Yeah.
They let him go in and they were plucking shit off of the conveyor belt to take back.
Oh.
That's what you could.
I think we probably committed a
Yeah, that's
federal.
the recording's off, right?
It's not
Well, that was 25 years ago, 30 years ago. Linda was there too, so there you go.
So,
I never noticed we all had that in common, all working on campaigns. I just realized everybody, and the ED, all of us doing things. Yeah. Sorry, Susan.
That's okay.
yeah,
I used to do the dishes, and then I got to a point saying, if you leave dishes in the sink, I'm throwing them out, and I would throw them out. And so they learned to do their own dishes, because I was the cleaner.
good strategy.
It worked.
All right, I should try that on my. I would like to work on that. I'm trying to strategy at home, although I like my place.
Get new dishes.
Yeah, barrel, yeah, right.
I'm just trying to get them to go in the dishwasher.
That's what you do, yeah.
So B, the last sentence of B will now simply read, commissioners are encouraged to log communications to relevant dynamics records. Perfect, okay? All right, how about C? Everyone okay with that? The addition isn't subject to applicable laws regarding disclosure of confidential and privileged information.
How about the ED? Should we add him in too?
With guidance from the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement
And
and Executive Director?
And/or.
or.
Everyone
Okay with
like
that?
this one?
Yep.
All right,
Because I still think that there's a little bit of a tension about what can and can't be public. You know what I mean? And this is not just us, but it's also between. So I want to make sure that you are the ultimate arbiter of what can and cannot be.
all right. D, there were no changes. Anyone questions on D? Letter E, commissioners will be informed when an adjudicatory hearing subject to general laws C-30A is requested and will refrain from ex parte communications with any parties or those representing such parties in official or unofficial capacities to that pending matter.
So this was one I had a question, okay? Because sometimes those representing such parties, right, have multiple parties. And I have never taken a meeting, had a call, for the most part, without telling you. And I run it past you and I say, can I talk to this guy? And but if you have a lawyer that has multiple clients, but they do have a client that's subject to the investigation, or sometimes, right now, we're in regulatory writing process, and I want to learn about a bigger policy issue, our MCR friend, okay? And then I get whacked by our other friend, because I wouldn't talk to him. But, true.
This is specific.
But how can we talk policy?
But
See, what
this is specific to an adjudicatory hearing, which hasn't happened yet.
Well,
right?
so when you say ex parte, we mean only pertinent to that matter? Is that what we're saying?
That's my.
Because I just want to make sure the better lawyers are here than me, because, That guy got mad because he wanted to talk to us about the policy that he was talking about standards labs. You suggested I not talk to him, so I didn't. And I said to his attorney, you're under an investigation subject. And then he got mad and goes, with our friend Grant, and then I get my head whacked in. But how do we separate the ability to talk to people about policy? I mean, because I walk in and I say, I will not talk to you. And Rebecca was with me when I went to Western Front, and there was a particular controversy happening someplace in Cambridge. And Timmy Flaherty starts talking, and I knew, Timmy, I can't talk about that. And Rebecca, he's Western Front. He's like the political guy with Western Front. He's the one who's not 100 and not in the hospital. He's the, lawyer. But so I understand, I'm going in and I'm doing a tour of this place, but that they do have some other investigation that's happening. How do I split the baby, but how do I make sure that I can continue to learn and talk about policy? And I think that I've been pretty rigorous about checking in with you when someone wants to talk to me to make sure that I'm not violating any sort of ongoing investigation. So how do we do that? How do we capture this?
I just want to say this one is not about that, because this is when there's an adjudicatory hearing. It's very specific to that.
It does speak to that pending matter, but I've been in that similar situation. Attorney who represents a number of clients. I'm like, I'm happy to talk policy with you, but I will cut you off if you start talking about an individual client.
Okay.
But I
So
think
that's all we have to do to protect ourselves from this.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I usually record that somewhere, and put it in an email, say,
Okay.
yeah, happy to meet with you for
Yeah,
coffee.
that's what, yeah.
But
And that's what I do when I walk into any visitation. I say,
Yeah.
So,
Also, just a reminder, Chair, to check in, I think you're doing this, but check in with Rebecca Kwaki and Yal's team on, before you go to any of these sites, to see if there's anything pending, so that
and we build
I
that.
don't do anything
Commissioner Concepcion.
without.
Commissioner Concepcion, I know it is like a giant hand comes down. Yep.
My one concern with this is, how do we know who the representation is? And I'm thinking beyond when we're visiting a facility or a licensee. We have these round table discussions or community events or other things that we go to where we interact with a lot of different people. And I don't really know how we would know the parties that are representing, a licensee that's under investigation.
right.
Or what if you pop in, I don't pop in, you pop in. So how do you handle that if you pop in, if someone starts?
But see, I understand that more because you're intentionally going to a facility, and so you can provide that notice. But I'm saying in other cases where you have interactions with multiple different people who, NECAN's a good example. You go to the convention, there's tons of people who come up and talk to you. How are we, I'm hesitant to sort of bear the burden of knowing who was representing who at whatever time,
Commissioner Stebbins' point, I thought what you said was the way to handle that.
It's a good point that Commissioner, we all want to be out there. We all want to be public. I would say there's I hate to call it a level of innocence we need to subscribe ourselves to, which is, I don't know Sean, but Sean comes up, wants to introduce himself. I'm fine having a conversation. I think when it starts to turn to a pending matter, and he starts to get in detail of, gee, I heard there's this one company out there. I think that's where we're all sensitive to kind of draw the line. But I think to Commissioner Concepcion's point, there's got to be a little bit of an expectation from the team in investigations and enforcement that we can't identify everybody who's working for everybody, or may even just might be a friend of a friend who wants to corner us and talk about their buddy's business.
I'll give you guys an example that happened to me this weekend in NECAM, and I'm happy to share it because it can happen to any of us. So I ran into Tisa at NECAM, and we wanted to take a picture together. So we asked, she had sat down for lunch and shared a table with someone, and she met him, knew his name and all that stuff. And I kind of was like, oh my goodness. So we said to him, can you take a picture of us? For us. So he grabbed his phone and took a picture of us. And we're like, no, with this phone. He's like, yeah, it's okay. So we're like, that's weird. So then he took a picture of us with TISA's fault. Minutes later, 2 hours later, Tisa and I are up on LinkedIn, and the thing says, Commissioner Camargo, it was great having a meeting with you and discussing social consumption and policy around equity with lawyer Tisa, da 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 da. I was in Colorado when social consumption started. Congratulations, Massachusetts, you guys are on your way. I read that and I almost fell out of my chair. One, we never had an official meeting. Two, we asked him, we're like, now we knew what he did with the picture, didn't ask us for permission to post a picture. And then I reached back out to him. I don't know him. Tisa doesn't know him. It just, was a situation. I reached back out to him. I said, hey, listen, it was nice meeting you with all due respect. One, we never had a meeting. That's false information. Two, I don't know what conversation you had with Tisa while you guys were sitting at lunch. And I reached out to Tisa. I'm like, did you guys? She was like, Commissioner, I didn't talk about nothing. We talked about lunch. We were there. It was a few minutes. We were having our own lunch. And I said, well, if it's okay with you, I'm going to ask him to take that down because we have not had, I as a commissioner, working with Commissioner Stebbins, have had not any official meetings around social consumption, just with our team internally. So I ripped him on LinkedIn and I'm glad that he was able to take it off, but the comments started coming. So that's a perfect situation where Tisa's on another group, I'm on one group, they must have introduced themselves and talked about stuff, but he completely fabricated that whole thing and said, it was nice to have a meeting with you.
So I got grabbed for a picture and I immediately said, please do not post my picture on
Yeah.
social media without my prior approval.
Yeah.
And I-
So I
So
have
good
I
examples,
have a fix for this sentence, which
Mhm.
is a little bit different from the examples. So where it's added, or those representing such parties in official or unofficial capacities, what about adding, or those identified as representing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
so it
makes
makes
sense. Yeah, thank you.
Susan, to
Yeah.
that?
Are you good with that, Commissioner Concepcion?
I am. I think that solves my concern because we know that there are larger firms and there are tons of lawyers in some of these firms. You don't really know who's the representative. So I think that's great. That's good.
Commissioner Roy, did you have something else?
I don't know if we need a qualifier, like commissioners will be informed by whom? By Yao, by Sean, or does it, I don't know, do we need like?
I don't think we need it. I think it says that it's.
I think the information is important. I don't know, the source could be any number. I would say one of three people would likely do it. It'd be me, Yao, or the general counsel.
Do we put that? What do we hear from staff? Like, hey, by the
Maybe
way,
the way they handle this is the commissioners will be informed in writing.
In writing?
I think in writing.
okay, just some to
If-
qualifier.
If it's an adjudicatory hearing, it's formal.
Oh, if it's that,
Yeah.
got you.
Okay.
But Sean, will be informed of who the parties are that we are supposed to refrain from communicating with?
Yeah, because as an adjudicatory hearing, subject to 30A, the party would be identified as well. So in
And
other
their
words, let's say there's an appeal filed.
Mhm.
Well, the parties, and that's a fair question, the parties would be the licensee, and it may include who their legal representation is. Because you don't need legal representation by default in the 30A process, you can be pro se.
So I feel like this statement, it's like, I don't know if we can abide by that statement without also being given the information of who we're supposed to be avoiding and not communicating with.
But so by adding identified as, then you would have had to be given that information.
That's right. Yes.
So informed in writing, does
In
that get
writing.
to your point? Yeah.
But let's say this casts a wide net, like just incredible. Let's say we run into the landlords of that. Will they be in there of that property? Or the sheriff, say the sheriffs come in and whatever was left, one time there was talk of having the Middlesex sheriff come in and that's a different case. But say the sheriff's department is a party to this, like how far is the net?
They're not a party, it would be a party to the hearing. But
No,
I guess
those representing, it's not a party. Also, it says
representing such parties.
representing such parties.
So I guess the way I view this is, let's use, well, I don't want to use a specific licensee. Let's use Sean's Cannabis.
Yeah.
There's going to be a hearing the hearing's going to be before an independent hearing officer, so it's not before you yet. But I filed an order to show cause. So I'm planning on bringing to the commission a motion or notice to show cause to revoke their license. They're challenging my decision. It goes to an independent hearing officer. Myself, Yao, or Christine would send an email to commissioners saying, commissioners, wanted you to be aware, this is now a pending matter. This is now an adjudicatory hearing pursuant to 30A. It's the commission v. Sean's Cannabis. So now when someone comes up to you and says, can I talk to you about Sean's Cannabis? That should trigger I can't, I'm sorry. Because they're either unofficial or official. You don't know their capacity. Or maybe the question is, that depends. What do you want to talk about? Well, they're hearing. I can't talk about it.
That did happen to me.
So that's where I think that I'm viewing this as an E in that vein, not, Commissioner, can I talk to you about retail as a policy matter? Because now you go down that path. You don't know who this person is. So you say, sure, what's up? And maybe it's at weekend. 5 minutes into that conversation, they say, oh, by the way, I'm with Sean's Cannabis, and we have a hearing coming up. I think that Commissioner Stebbins speaks to your point, that innocence of now I need to extract myself. I don't know who this person is from a hole in the wall. They come up and introduce themselves. Or, Commissioner, I've worked with 10 licensees, and one of them is Sean's Cannabis, and I understand you're going to have a hearing.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Sorry. I'm at a VCAN or not VCAN, I'm out and about, and hi, I'm such and such from Middlesex. I'm a deputy with the Middlesex Sheriff's Department, and we're doing a foreclosure, or we're doing eviction. We're doing eviction on this. Can I talk to you about evictions we're doing the eviction? And it's one of our licensees. Like, where does the line get drawn? Like, could I talk to them about evictions with cannabis space? Or if they're doing eviction for a cultivator, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, they're not representing.
So they're taking a specific reference, but they're getting into more general, what do you think we do? How do we?
Evictions.
Right.
And I think that's where the line needs to be drawn of, I can't speak to a particular matter, but if you have sort of a policy discussion relative to abandoned licenses and what that might look like, I'm happy to have a conversation, but I really can't wade into a specific matter.
But if I say, yes, you do X, Y, Z, so the deputy turns around and says, well, Commissioner Roy said you can do X, Y, Z, this is what we're gonna do.
That's going to be a problem for you.
Even though we're talking in general, they can turn around and apply it towards, so that's where I get it.
But they wouldn't necessarily be part of this 38, because to your point,
Right.
they would not be appealing to us.
They're not a party to an adjudicatory process for us.
Thank you. That's good.
So the only change there is the
In writing.
informed, or I'm sorry, 2 changes
In
in
writing,
writing. plus
will be
informed.
informed in writing, and those identified as represented. All right, how about F? And in accordance with the facility tour standard operating procedure available in CCC's SOP library, et cetera. Do you want that reference?
I guess my question is, does the rest of the sentence comply with the procedure in the
Yeah, I don't
SOP?
know. See, I don't know the SOP.
I was just looking for the library right now. I'm like, there's a lot of SOPs in this library book. We gotta follow them.
I would just suggest, I don't know what I'm agreeing to here because I haven't read it.
Right.
And I think it is not necessary. It just says Commissioner will inform, I would say, the Executive Director or Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, of any invitation, because that's generally what I do. And so I just think taking that out, because I don't know.
Are we putting that in there just to cover everybody on SOPs in terms of like facility tour, standard operating procedure available?
I don't know why.
Is it a reference for us to, I'm
I
looking at it
don't
now.
think it's necessary because I think that what we're saying is that we will inform. And this is the sort of informal stopping, formal stopping. I think that, planned visit as opposed to, as, Commissioner Camargo says she likes to do, maybe drop in and, see what's going on. So I think we kind of wordsmithed this the last time to make sure that you can keep doing what you do. But I
think everybody, because
Yeah.
other commissioners go in, I'm not the only one though, just to be.
Anybody feel strongly about keeping that reference in?
I mean, don't do anything for me, is what I'm saying.
No, but I thought that we had actually worked on this, we referenced this. I don't know if we need to have that in there.
I would just say that this is a good example where, for instance, I would interpret this document as now being, once adopted as commission policy, and then the SOP needs to fall into accordance with it.
Yeah, exactly.
So we don't need it
I don't think.
redundant, kind of like.
And I don't think, because in other words, if I went and changed the SOP
Yeah, I agree.
here, now there might be conflict with this document, which, again, in the order of hierarchy, that this should cover.
All right, and Chair recommended adding commissioners will inform the executive director or the chief of investigations.
I would again put here and or. Because again, I think it,
Everyone good with that? Okay.
and generally it's Rebecca who handles this.
It is, right?
So, you know, I mean, I frankly would never even, I'm not informing Yao. Grace is reaching out to Rebecca and having Rebecca do it. So that's why I just,
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll add that. Anything on G?
I don't know.
Okay, and then
That's a long time.
11 through 13. We put the term material threat into 11. Well, good. All right, let's move to structural mechanisms.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, yeah.
Just spotting something in 12.
Mhm.
A commissioner who's informed of a human resources concern or complaint, I think will share that concern or complaint with the chief people officer and the executive director. We just use concern or complaint
Okay.
a couple of times, but we don't.
Why is this here? Sorry, what section is this? I'm just curious. Like, why is that there?
It's interactions.
Oh, okay. Interaction between the commissioners and staff. Commissioners and communications. What does this mean?
I think it means that if someone comes over to you and says, there is a situation, sharing this with you, you then have an obligation to share with the chief people officer. It had originally said a serious human resources concern, and we took that out the last meeting.
Got it. As commissioner.
Okay. So I'll add or complaint after concern. Can we look at structural mechanisms? We're going to take lunch at 1, so I think we have time to do another section. This one, we haven't looked at it in a while, and I don't think anyone had comments, but it's the full page 11. If you can take a look at that. Raise any questions that you have.
How far down are we going, the whole page?
The whole page,
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Yeah, because there haven't been any questions about it for a long time. It's okay.
I'm sure you're comfortable with your role in the Commissioner
Um,
aspects?
I looked at it because it's included in there,
Not ignoring us.
Yeah, no. I think that we've referenced it earlier, setting and maybe we reference back to the section where the chair works with the executive director to,
What are you guys talking about? I'm sorry, because I'm reading and Sean said something and walked.
sorry, you keep reading and
Yeah,
then.
give us a
this is-
moment.
Number 7.
No.
Everybody ready? Okay,
So-
so you're,
What I think Sean was saying is that in another section, we've talked about the chair, in essence, helping to work, negotiating with the executive director, the use of resources, commissioners utilizing staff resources. And so in number 6, approved by the executive director in consultation with the chair, we have language elsewhere which talks about the chair representing, communicating the priorities of individual commissioners on an annual basis to establish SOPs and different work that's going to be done during the year. So the only thing is maybe referencing what we've already put in there, which is, the chair, basically works at the beginning of a process to negotiate with the executive director to just make sure that the correct resources are being provided for the priorities of the commissioners. Is that what you were wondering whether I would question?
Just ensuring that your role in overseeing the affairs of the commission is factored in here. There might be an opportunity in number 4 to bolster that as well.
Yeah.
Where discussion between a commissioner and myself, or again, my role is expected to occur. Maybe that's where the chair can be folded in as well.
Yeah.
In that phase.
Yeah. Because you're assuming that this is the part that references the earlier language that.
As one element, because there might also be any other myriad of topics that could become a project charter.
Yeah.
It's not
I think
limited to
also-
SOPs.
number 7 was the one where you have an opportunity to make sure that resources are being focused at priorities if it's not.
Yeah. So, but I think that we've referenced this earlier.
Only in terms of the SOPs.
So then maybe it probably needs to, again, I think that it's making sure that there's sort of long-term negotiation for resources on behalf of commissioners. And so I think that, and I appreciate Sean pointing that out. I thought that, but I'm like, well, I guess it's included in 6, but I think it might be at the beginning just, and I am mindful of open meeting issues. Because if Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Stebbins, are having a conversation, then having the conversation with the chair, may be, a potential violation. So I want to be mindful of that.
So do you want something like in number 6, approval of a project charter, including those for priority SOPs?
The bottom line is, I think I'm not sure if that's what it
Yeah,
is, because the bottom line is, the way I think that the chair, I believe that the chair and the executive director have to figure out what the working relationship is, and that And I think that structurally, and again, I think of, corporate governance in, not in for-profit companies. It's the chair represents the board and brings, whatever to the executive director or the CEO. And that's, I think, what we are respecting here. And I just don't know where that language gets in here without potentially violating the open meeting law. So what if we have two commissioners who say, Chair, we want to, are we violating the open meeting law? My sense is that it's less policy deciding as policy teeing up. And this is also one of the things is that, and Commissioner Concepcion and I have had this conversation that we actually want to have greater training on open meeting law because we think we understand it here, but ultimately, I want to make sure, we've seen very, very restrictive interpretation of our ethics rules, sometimes erroneously. And, I know an issue that I've raised, I think it was rectified, for Commissioner Roy, was being told that she had to recuse from a whole bunch of things that she didn't. I think that we need greater training on open meeting law to make sure that if there is something that is not policy making, what are those sometimes serial conversations that we can have? And, I think that that's, maybe this is a request coming out of this meeting that we can ask you, Sean. But, Commissioner Concepcion and I were thinking that that was something that,
I think I understand.
do you understand what I'm
I
saying?
understand open meeting law questions, and I think that's a good idea to get clarity on that. I don't understand what you would like to add in this section, because I see the roles in 6 and 7.
Mhm.
The other place where this was referenced that I remember is with regard to the SOPs, but I don't remember the other references that you may be thinking about.
Again, I forget where it's been referenced, but the bottom line is that, one of the prerogatives or the powers of the chair is to be, to manage, in consultation with the executive director, basically the work that gets done by the commissioners, right? Is to sort of help manage what those expectations are. And again, if someone wants to go out, if someone wants to go out.
It says that. I think
Okay.
this says it, so I'm
Okay.
just trying to understand.
I'm just saying that 6 appears to be after the fact as opposed to prior. So maybe that's not necessary. I don't know.
We could flip the sentences.
Do you understand what I'm saying? That appears to be,
So-
once
so
it's a
I
fait
think-
accompli, we determine whether it's,
Approval of a I'm saying if we put the second sentence first, does that help? Approval of a project charter that includes commissioner participation is approved by the executive director in consultation.
that's fine.
And then just put the project charter is approved by the executive director second.
Yep.
Does that help?
Yes, I think so.
All right. Any other yes, Commissioner Rowe?
Kind of 2 questions, I guess, or observations. So I'm looking at online that central repository. Does that not really exist yet? I see haphazard stuff in here. Okay, so there's no central repository yet.
Not as of yet.
Because I'm seeing old things.
Yep.
Okay. And secondly, project number 8, a project charter may be amended, for example, to change membership by sending the executive director a track change version of the original project charter. The revised project charter may not be acted upon until it's approved. So if I'm the guinea pig, if you will, so for my project charter, there's a lot to be learned from my experience, in all honesty. So the research team Olivia and Julie were redeployed. So moving forward, I would be contacted that there's a change in membership or we're redeploying them and it will be tracked in the project charter. Where it was kind of I got an email from Melissa, but it was never really formally tracked anywhere in a project charter. So we're learning from my experience, number 1. And number 2, we're mindset and draft mode. It wasn't signed. I'm just I think it's not organized, right? Can we all agree on this? This is not an organized area that parties involved know what's going on. I don't know how we make it better. I just feel like I learned a lot from my experience, and moving forward, I want to make sure that that doesn't happen again, or how do we improve upon it, or
It
maybe?
seems that there needs to be a way of tracking when the executive director has approved something or not.
Yeah.
Right, so I think what you're looking
Like a
at
push
is the amendment.
notification.
Well,
Right.
specifically for the charters, I think that's.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like a push- like-
so I think, again, I think that's part of implementation is like let's say you change a charter, you have an approved charter, which I know is a different scenario, but let's say you have an approved charter that the executive director has approved officially and you have that. And then you want to make changes to it, you want to add 3 more people. You send that to the executive director, and if you don't hear from the executive director after a couple of days, you probably send a follow-up email. Hey, can you take a look at this? I sent it to you. I think it's probably on the person whose charter is to track and make sure that you have the approval. So-
But, okay, I agree. I didn't know what I didn't know then, but I know now.
Right.
But reverse, if the ED feels he needs to shift, like, if he's making the changes, you're saying if we make the changes.
Because that's what this one is.
But I'm saying
about.
if the ED needs to make changes for whatever reason, there could be really sound reasons that there should be a notification to. It should be both ways.
I see.
You see what I'm saying?
Sean, is that
Yeah,
a scenario?
and actually, in that vein, I think I'm going to react to another number here, which is 3A.
Okay.
I may not always be the sponsor.
Yeah. Okay.
So in that instance, in a live example right now is that the commissioners are sponsors as it pertains to the working groups or regulations. So
Good.
what I may see as a practical dynamic there is a staff member may come forward and say, I just don't have the capacity right now. I need off of this group. I
Right.
want to make sure that we're able to replace them. That's a change. Similarly, I may go to a commissioner in that example and say, do you mind if I pull someone off this group? I need them over here. Something just happened. I'm going to also offer you as an amendment, though, this person instead. And so that's the track change right there.
So is it something like, when the executive director revises executive director revising a charter, in consultation with the project lead and sponsor, let me just focus that again. Is it informing the project lead and sponsor, or is it making the change in consultation with?
It may come to me in several ways. There might be one that's initiated by me of, I need to pull this person on. There also might be, do you mind if I add this person? We realize as we go through this, we actually need to do a procurement. And so do you mind if I add someone from finance or someone from procurement? So it's really, it's mutual, it's 2 ways. And I think I want to respect that there might be some an example where I approach the sponsor or the sponsor approaches me, or even a member of the team approaches and says, I can't do this. Which I guess would lead to me approaching the sponsor. So.
All right, I'm going to draft that
Okay.
offline. Okay, I got it.
And does the rest of the team get notified, or is that just a closed loop communication?
Once the
I don't
change
know
is
the
made, we would circulate it to all members.
Recirculate an updated charter,
Yep.
so do we need to include that?
I don't think so. I think that might be SOP. Is my escape clause.
Kim said,
We do have an SOP on charters, I think, so.
And I told you, you have an SOP on opening the mail. You don't have an SOP on delivering the mail. You need one. I've seen mail all over on desks not getting delivered.
All right, anything
Okay.
else on this section?
Yes, I just, for instance, why this is outdated, what the system we have in John, don't take this, this is just the situation.
Whether
Looking at an
technology-
outdate, a project,
But everybody knows that's part of implementation, is to
Hybrid work.
create that central repository.
but I need to finish, like outdated, so this one by August
Commissioner, before you
2020.
start, where are you? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the intranet?
Yeah, just tell me what
Yes,
you're looking.
I'm in the intranet,
Okay,
which
so
I
am I.
didn't even fully understand how to get. By August 2022, the commission has a hybrid work pilot underway. What happened by August 2022? That facilitates providing accounts for employee health. Like, so that's outdated. Like when stuff is outdated, who's policing the like this, some of this stuff never happened, never materialized.
How do we add that to the charter? Is your question?
Yeah, like is it like something that is sitting there, but it didn't materialize, it didn't happen, it's outdated, it's whatever you want to call it.
I don't know what you're looking at.
But what's the example and how it relates?
But I think that's operations.
Yeah.
I think that the point you're referring to is project charters are posted to a central repository, such as the commission intranet.
So maybe we need an SOP for outdated like project charters that never
So
materialized.
someone's it's an operations of managing that central repository.
I wonder if there's.
I just want to go back to one thing. Sean,
Technology
you called our
is like an
attention to
expiration.
3A.
Oh, an
Were
expiration.
you suggesting that we delete
It's content hygiene.
It is always
is
the,
always the executive director?
I learned
Yeah,
that.
that sounds dirty.
We learned that recently. It's content hygiene.
I've been using hygiene like,
Like,
it's like
crazy.
the word of my month. Actually, it's a lot, take that back. Past 2 weeks has been a lot of words that.
All right.
Including hygiene.
Anything else?
Hygiene is not one.
Anything else on this section?
Just
Yep.
just
No,
kind
in
of
utero, they listen.
cleaning up a little language.
Yep.
3D, can we say the project team may include commission staff and external members?
Commissioners, comma, staff and,
I think it was supposed to say commissioners.
Okay.
And so what we can say commissioners, staff, and external members.
Yeah.
thank you, that's a
Funny.
good.
Good catch.
Anything else? Okay. Going to keep going. Legislative and executive outreach branch again. This pretty much came from the policy. We added 3C annual operating budget at the last. I just need to change where the and is on that one. Please take a look at legislative and executive outreach branch. It's all on page 12.
Susan, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Under 7B, is that a new addition? Provide advance notification to all other commissioners and executive director?
New meeting since the last meeting?
Mhm.
I don't think so. I don't know. We didn't, the only thing we added, at least at the last meeting, was 3C. Doesn't mean you can't raise a question about it if it's not sitting right with you.
So is everybody,
Were you finished, Commissioner Concepcion?
I think I just want to figure out how it works and like how that notice is handled. That's all. I'm assuming. I just don't know how.
has everybody read through? Are they ready to talk or do you want to just?
Anyone, people, give us just a minute.
Okay.
Everyone all set? Okay, yes, Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you. I pinpointed 7 Romanet B because it's sort of it's a shift from what we currently do. The way that we're notified is usually on a monthly basis when we get our, meeting materials, and there's a breakdown on who the commissioners have met with, what was discussed, so on and so forth. So this is a change in our current practice. I just wanted to understand what that looks like. So I'll give you an example. I had a meeting recently with my appointing authority. If I have a meeting with the AG, how does Matt then have to notify all commissioners that I'm going to this meeting that I have on my calendar? What does this look like in reality?
And I went to a fundraiser for Representative Cusack. I have no idea who's going to be at an event like that. And I've been sort of thinking about this.
Or do we need to know?
Well,
Right.
I mean, and this is, see, I've been thinking, the advanced notification, I think, is sometimes difficult, but I think it has to do with making sure that we know at some point in time, in a fairly timely fashion, that people are presenting something that has an impact on the commission. It may be something that we vote on in its policy, but it may not be. For instance, I'm friendly with Lieutenant Governor. I want to talk to her about research. And I had a conversation with her. I'm going to have another conversation with her. I told Sean that I'm organizing some sort of a meeting. So do I now need to tell the chief communications officer? I've just told all the other commissioners. I'm sort of thinking about the process that we have to go through when it's consult, right? The consult, I don't know what the word is. Is it notify, inform? Is it, because consult almost implies like we have to ask other people's permission.
And on what?
Does anybody remember how this got put in or why? Does anyone remember?
This was one that we were all over the place on, and I have actually since tempered, having been here. I mean, this was several months ago that we did this section.
I think it's also, just to give you guys an example, like, we don't know who we're meeting with. So if I'm going up to DPH to talk about something, to get my own opinion on, I don't know, X, Y, and Z, horse cannabis. And Commissioner Stebbins is going to DPH to talk about billboards, I don't know, or whatever, horse cannabis too, or dog cannabis. I don't know that that's happening. He doesn't know that my meeting's happening, and then we're both going to the agency with different asks, different times. So that's something that I think has happened to us in the past, and we try to figure out how to avoid that. I think this one is a tricky one, but I think that everyone is in agreement that there's some things that we should at least give each other the heads up. I don't think Commissioner Concepcion, you going up to see your appointing authority, that's on you. That's a personal, I don't know. So
Let me add to this though, because now it is refreshing my memory about the conversation we had months before. And I remember saying, I don't understand the utility in this. And I said that because that is why we notify our Director of Government Affairs. Our Director of Government Affairs knew that I was having that meeting. And we do that so that we're not sort of overstepping each other, having multiple mixed messages, and that somebody in the commission, our Government Affairs Department, is aware of these communications for that reason. I think aside from that, I don't understand why I would need to make an announcement to all the commissioners about conversations or engagements that I have prior. I just don't.
Let me just read this, because it says, provide advance notification to all commissioners and the executive director through the Director of Government Affairs and Policy. So it sounds like you notify the Director of Government Affairs and Policy, and that is who notifies the commissioners and the executive directors.
I understand that.
So do you need,
I think B.
Can we get rid
You
of
gotta- you gotta-
advance to all commissioners?
you gotta build, there should be a way to combine 6 into B?
So B.
I'm having a problem with the way 6 is written already, but
So what's your, yeah, we'll track.
Kind of the same, isn't it?
So I'm seeing a lot of different scenarios here.
Yeah, please.
And 7 to me is the commission either doesn't have an adopted policy pursuant to this process, yet I'd like to pursue something on my own. There's a courtesy here. That is, I'm going to be up at the State House doing something. So
It's
that's
the
like,
courtesy, but it's also what Commissioner Camargo said. It's the making sure we all know so we're not.
colliding in an office,
Yeah.
right? And I
in
think
that piece is back in 6.
to a
But
degree,
it's very different. The number 7 is when commissioners go to meetings of their own accord that are not part of the legislative strategy.
But 6 reads is tracking all commissioner and executive director conducts. I view that as regardless
Yeah.
of whether it's a personal motivated visit or whether it's on behalf of our lobbying strategy on.
But do you think we
overall
need to know, Commissioner Stebbins, you think we need to know that the chair is going to a fundraiser?
But that's Citizen O'Brien. That's not
No, but I mean,
Commissioner O'Brien.
no, but you don't walk into
Citizen
any
O'Brien.
place without
So,
your
so
hat.
we have a couple of issues, so let's just separate them. I think on number 6, it should refer to the legislative outreach strategy, right? I think that's what 6 was meant to distinguish that from number 7.
Right.
So essentially, there's a coordinated strategy, and that's what the government affairs is tracking for you. Number 7 is individual commissioners and the executive director may engage in outreach unrelated to a formal commission-supported outreach plan. Whereas 6 is the commission-supported outreach plan. So what do you want? Should it just, I mean, should it just be provide notice to the Director of Government Affairs and
See, I
Policy?
think to simplify it, just so he knows what we're doing, but I would defer maybe to Sean here, any, questions, for instance, one of the things that's not our priority, but it's our mission, and Commissioner Camargo identified a person who's actually working in economic affairs that I'm friendly with, and I think that he needs to be better educated, or the people in the governor's office need to be better educated about cannabis policy before they implement this fund, which doesn't fall under us. So, and I would like to work with Commissioner Camargo and Sean, because I think that it's part of our mission, but it's not really, you know what I mean? It's an adjunct to our mission. But I think that if they don't do their job well, we won't be able to do our job as well, and we won't be able to meet the mission. So I want to make sure that, and I didn't ask anybody before I called Emra. You gave me the number, I called him, and he's like, yeah, I would like to get,
Now, may I add,
What
this is the governor's
notification?
office,
I
and
think
that's my
that the-
appointing authority.
Yeah.
So now you guys are working with my appointing authority, and I'm not.
But the question on the table, the question
Wanted to
on
hear
the
a little.
table is what notification should be made? That's
Right.
all we're trying, not that you shouldn't do it, but rather what
Under
notification?
7.
Under 7. Yeah, I think that's the
To that
question.
point, advance notice. So now they're going to work with my appointing authority. I'm out of the loop. I would like to know that you're in contact with my appointing authority.
Right, so so that's the question on number 7B.
I don't think the
Governor's office?
I just, because I don't know if appointing authority, is the sort of,
I don't think it matters if it's, I know what you're saying, but I don't think it,
well, the governor is her appointing authority as well.
but it's not even about the governor's appointing authority. You said the governor's office, but I
That's
think,
what I heard, the governor.
yeah, I think what you meant, Chair, is that we're working with someone who is in one of the agencies under the governor's
Yes.
umbrella. But if we were going directly to go meet with Mara for lunch, who is my appointing authority, who's Bruce's appointing authority, who's your appointing authority? That's a good question. Do you,
Well, I don't know. That's still everyone's governor. I feel like we're getting like lost in the sauce right now.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm trying to walk it, like, think it through just so that we understand. I want to be respectful to Commissioner Roy's point, but like, I don't think it matters in that sense.
As if it affects policy, that's what I'm saying. Everybody can meet with the governor there, or attorney general, or the treasurer.
Yeah, but that's policy, not appointing authority.
But yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So-
Commissioner Stebbins.
Clarifying again, kind of the difference between 6, and I think we corrected that, with 7 individual commissioners and the executive director, when doing so, will A, consult with the executive director. I would take out chief communications officer and put government affairs
Yeah, suggest that too.
policy
Yeah,
team.
definitely.
I would strike and other commissioners, because I think that would lead too much to people thinking we're violating.
So I was gonna say-
law.
Yeah,
As maybe
great.
appropriate or legal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think, maybe you don't need B if you're already doing the consulting step.
But see, this is where I don't like consult. I feel better about notify.
Okay.
Because I don't think we need to consult with anybody
Yeah.
to be able to,
I agree.
but I think that it's important to notify, and that's, and, all right, but I want to see what you think about that.
So this has come up in these meetings before, that I don't want to pick a scab, but I
No,
feel
no,
like, I
please
feel
do.
like it's
I know.
illuminating.
Please.
And this came up, actually, Commissioner Concepcion, in the context of the conference committee, where you had sent a letter to the conferees on your own behalf and provided advance notice to commissioners of, here's the letter I'm sending. So that allowed all the commissioners to know, here's where I'm positioning myself personally, but I'm also advocating. I'm not advocating in something that is counter to existing commission policy or perspective, but the commission has been silent on this topic. So we're not opposed, we're not in favor, we're silent on it. But that was the rub, was I'm going out on my own. I'm advocating, though, to a conference committee that's also discussing and debating things that we did declare as priorities. But I'm not in conflict with it per se, but that's where the advance notice, I think, was helpful. But it was formal, where it wasn't just I'm gonna go talk to someone and deploy it. It was very much, I'm going on the record on this. And I think that's where this section
But this,
doesn't originate, but I think that's where it
no,
was.
but this was a conversation that you and I had, and this is also one of the things that I think is important, is that if something is going out from an individual commissioner that is not being supported or adopted by I don't know if we should be, and this is like talking about scabs, the logo. I think that this should be coming from the commissioners individually. I think it's difficult to be sending out the logo and be saying, I'm doing this personally, but you still have the sort of authority, of that.
I didn't say I did it personally. I said I did it in my individual capacity as in my seat as a commissioner. So it wasn't a personal advocacy. It was in my seat, in my role as a public official, as a commissioner.
But
So
I think we need to,
Sean,
we need to think about that.
because I think Sean, what I hear you saying, and same with the example of Commissioner Concepcion, is it sounds like formal interactions. Is that the distinction, that it's a formal interaction, or is it what's the
Anything that
spectrum?
encompasses
Is it a fundraiser? Is it a formal interaction? Is it, I'm going to meet with so-and-so because I want to discuss this issue?
I think that's where 6 and 7 kind of work together, though, is the meeting, the formal meeting is, who knows what, you're not kind of putting anything on a record in that vein. But I think commissioners should know, but I think that system, you may disagree, I don't know. It seems like it's working as far as your notification and sort of, but that's all, of course, after it happens. So you're getting sort of a recap.
Sure.
Whereas this is heads up, I'm going to put something in writing. And again, I think Commissioner Concepcion is right. She occupied her capacity as a commissioner in advocating there. And then I think what was important to the other commissioners was I want to know about that. Because it is not, again, it wasn't in conflict with policy. It was really just as an aside, a separate topic altogether.
Okay.
So that advance notice, I think, is helpful context for the remainder of the commission.
But can we sort of crystallize what we think we need advance notice
Yeah.
of.
But it impacts policy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay.
But, and that's what I'm reading in the unrelated to a formal commission-supported outreach plan is that there is no policy on this. There is no, the commission does not have, and also in that context, I'm not contradicting existing commission policy. I would argue too,
Or future policy.
there's also an opportunity where four commissioners say, we want horse cannabis, and one says no. That doesn't mute or censor that fifth commissioner. You could say, I'm in my capacity as a single individual commissioner, this idea just, I think it's wrong. Okay, you're still one vote, but you're not voiceless in that. So you may still be able to go to the State House or to your appointing authorities and advocate for that. So I want to be careful about, especially that progressive future commissioner.
I don't want to, mute anybody, muzzle anybody. And I think that, but I want to sort of understand, I guess it's prior, and what the notification is. And I think that that's to me the rub. And I think that it's appropriate that we report to you and government affairs because that has to be. But I think that the fact that that knowledge is there, what do we do for the other commissioners? So we're not, we shouldn't be consulting with the other commissioners, right?
And let me play this out too, because I think I'm going to try to be protective of myself and our staff here as well. You should have the ability to collaborate with our team. So in other words, if you're saying, I'd like to put this letter together and send it to the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy. And this could be me, it could be someone else in the team, help you with that. I don't want the other four commissioners to shoot the messenger either. Where let's say now that gets drafted, we have some fingerprints in as far as here's how you should format it, here's who you should address it to, here's some more active language you could choose. It then gets sent out and four commissioners are just bullshit that went out. But the heat's going to come to us as staff of how could you do this? How could you support that? And I'm not saying that will, it's more my fear
But we need
is,
to walk through that.
is how how could you dare help that one commissioner versus when we have an adopted policy on this? I feel like that's where we owe, if any commissioner came to us and said, could you help me pull this together? If we've got the capacity, we should.
But when it's in
When it goes
opposition,
against policy?
So that's in the communication section.
But we've all done that.
But-
Everyone's written letters.
But I want to see, because we're mixing A and B and communications. So I want to talk about B, which is provide advance notification to all other commissioners and the executive director through the director of government affairs and policy when outreach is related to policy issues, is that?
Yeah, but we gotta walk through that.
Can we finish that conversation?
If it's against
If
policy.
it's against policy, it should not get staff. If the commission voted on
Can we
policy.
table that because that's
Well,
in
it's
another
super
section?
important.
no, but we might want to put it here.
But this is related to notifying
Yes.
other commissioners that you're going to have outreach to someone and I'm asking the question, when does advance notification need to happen? What that notification is, whether it's a letter that the comms office is going to help you with, I'm asking if we can set that aside. I want to focus on prior notification.
Implementation.
I am of the position that advance notification should go to the executive director and the director of government affairs. As far as advance notification to commissioners, I'm not on board with that. I'll just be really blunt about it because the elephant in the room is that we don't all agree on everything. And you might not like my position on something. I might have a conversation with, we've all been in government for a while. We have tons of friends who are in different positions in government. I might be out to coffee or lunch, and the topic of conversation is not a policy conversation that got me there, but it evolves into something else, right? Fair enough. I do make a point of letting Matt know when I have these sort of meetings, conversations on my calendar that are arranged. But in terms of sending out a notice to all the commissioners, I still don't understand the utility, the purpose. To what end? And I remember saying that in the last time we brought this up. Why?
And I would agree with you. I agree with that, and probably for a different reason, which is I worry about if that becomes serial communication, if she's sharing a letter, she's talking policy in a non-public meeting format. So I hear you. It should be, our original focus was how do we have that coordination? And the best way to coordinate that is through the executive director and through Matt in this case, to let them know everybody who's going every different direction. And so I'm relying on Sean, I'm relying on Matt, that if I'm going to see Senator so-and-so, and they know that Commissioner Concepcion might be going to see Senator so-and-so, that they kind of help connect the dots for all of us.
So I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused.
Thank you.
Commissioner Concepcion, I heard you say that you may be in a conversation with someone and it goes to a policy direction that you didn't expect and that you would then notify the.
No. I notify them before. Like the fact that I have this on my calendar and I'm meeting with so-and-so for lunch,
Okay.
like that is notice within itself. I'm going to have this.
Thank you for that clarification. So it sounds like what the proposal is that B would read, provide advance notification to the executive director and the director of government affairs and policy.
Yeah,
And is that all
That's
that's?
Commissioner Stebbins' point, is that is accounted for, at least the way I read it, in 6. And that's why we're saying 7B is sort of we're reiterating the same point.
So the difference is that 6 is now revised to focus on the legislative strategy, the coordinated legislative strategy. And
Oh, I see.
7 is the individual commissioners. So that's the distinction between 6 and 7. It wasn't clear before. But what I'm wondering then, if B is going to read, provide advance notification to the executive director and director of government affairs and policy, period, then what is A? Because A said consult with, but now people say they don't want to consult.
I think we need,
they
I
want
think
to-
consultation, I think we need, first of all, I don't think we need the permission of the executive director. I think we need to notify, and if the executive director says, I think you should
Bad
not be
idea.
talking to that person, then I think that the executive director can
So
communicate
get rid of
that.
A.
So get rid of it.
Yeah.
So may I just add, can we
Do you
add?
agree with that, Commissioner Concepcion? That we
I
don't-
agree with that.
You would want to say notify and consult. Like instead of getting rid of it completely, you would want to say notify and
She's
consult.
saying we don't need permission, we just.
Well, I'm just saying, we're talking about notifying the executive director and the director of government affairs, so we're notifying him. And if he has a,
So it's
all points
unwritten, gotcha.
bulletin, well, not only, I think it is written. We're just writing it someplace else, and we are notifying him. And if he's not happy, he can engage and say why you probably should want to do that.
And you know what? I just thought about this too. We should probably add the qualifier about policy as well. Now I'm thinking through this out loud, and of course, even when you go to events and someone walks up to you and you're a friend, we should have a qualifier that's saying that the advance notification needs to be for policy-related matters.
Absolutely, yeah. Commissioner Roy and I were looking at each other, kind of just talking about that. And that's what you had, Chair, you said it wasn't crystal clear on that. And then we got.
And can we add one more qualifier, Susan? So on B, provide advance notification, comma, when possible, comma, because we might be at the coffee shop with Senator so-and-so, and then another senator may walk up, which we didn't anticipate. So how could we have possibly provided advance notice? So I was just gonna say, like, when possible. Because sometimes I could be going to the State House for a ceremony, and rep says, hey, can you come to my office? I want to talk to you. I'm on the Cannabis Policy Committee. I didn't anticipate that. How could I give advance notice of that? So just.
Is everyone okay with that?
That's a given. That's a practical.
All right, not
This, but keep in mind, 7 is when commissioners are intentionally going to sit down with somebody to talk about an issue, talk about a topic.
This is outreach,
It's
as opposed
right,
to
but it's
conversation. You
targeted-
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Outreach is the word.
It's planned outreach,
Yes.
and it's just making the distinction. But I'm
Right.
trying
Sorry.
those again, I'm now characterizing them as those innocent moments. I do think there's an obligation for us to have some type of reporting process back to our team when conversations evolve, or, it's kind of like, should we have an 8 which says, report back with any relevant information or conversations to the executive director and director of governmental affairs.
Which I think everybody does, it's just like on paper,
And are you saying when
but adding it.
all of the cases or only for the individual? Like, are you adding an E or are you adding an 8?
You're adding the E, but for policy, for intentional policy.
No, I think he's saying when the conversation evolves into policy. So if you take Roy's, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bruce, I heard you as saying in the Roy scenario, when you say you saw someone else comes in and then it becomes a conversation about policy, then we need to have some sort of notification. There needs to be something that accounts for that. Is that right, Bruce? Is that what you were?
Actually, say,
I'm thinking about building out an 8, which is an obligation on us to report that information back that we pick up. Again,
yeah, got it.
we didn't know we'd run into somebody at a fundraiser or the State House coffee shop.
Got it.
I think there's an obligation on us to share information back
Got
that we might not have planned.
I hate to put any obligation. I hear what you're saying. I think that it's really notification of conversations as opposed to an obligation to, I want to just be very careful about anytime we create a new obligation on what we can and can't do and have conversations about, I just want to make sure that we're keeping it to, they know who we're talking to. They know, generally what we're talking about, but the requirement to have to come back and provide a report, I get a little bit nervous about that. And I get what you're saying. And maybe I'm missing what you're saying.
Well,
But Chairwoman, that kind of happens now. That's what we get when we have those, the debriefs every public meeting, every month about who's met with whom and for what reason.
Debriefs.
In the meeting book, like the brief in the meeting book from Matt.
Oh, from Matt, yeah.
Commissioner Simon, but you have another thought?
No, I'm this is meant to kind of, at least under this section, is the coordination of it all.
Yeah.
And we might be out with a focus based on, our pre-approved lobbying strategy. We might have the individual kind of commissioner initiative. But I think there's also a piece of, kind of building in that nature of teamwork, that if I ran into a state rep someplace and they shared good intel or information with me, or we had a conversation about policy, certainly I couldn't have provided advance notice, but I think there's some good info to share back. I think there is somewhat of an obligation to share that with DED and our Director of Government Affairs, just to kind of cover those innocent scenarios, so to speak.
Yeah.
Is it something, report to the executive director and government affairs when an unplanned outreach or informal conversation regarding policy
I
occurred?
think that's getting
Yeah,
way too.
again, if I have a
So-
conversation
so
with
can
someone
you-
at a fundraiser, I don't want to have to report back.
language?
That's the point. You know what I mean?
But I'd want you to,
I can't even remember who I
Mind-
talked to.
but I would want all of us to be mindful of, hey, this might have implications for the overall work of the commission, and I might want to share that.
But how about relevant? Because this is like,
Yeah.
I get called a lot of times with bad news, and I call you and I say, so I do try to do that, but I just want to make sure that it's not an obligation where I literally may have conversations with a number of people and, and have a requirement that if I'm talking to them, I have to report back.
Yeah.
I just want to be,
Commissioner?
go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion, sorry.
I was thinking because there was a recently communications with Senator Moore, and it was about policy, and it was something that impacted the commission, but all commissioners were not notified. And we read about that in a news report about there being communications with commissioners, even though it impacted us all.
Mhm.
That is a scenario where notice or some sort of something is helpful for the entire commission.
Mhm. And can I, because I was one of the commissioners that he was calling and yelling at, okay? And I shared all of those communications with Sean, and this is also the open meeting law. Do I call all of you and say, if he gets post audit next year, we're screwed, okay? That is the message that was delivered to me, which I delivered to Sean. And then we get the bill that we have right now. So I just want to make sure this is, we've got to sort of figure out how all the commissioners are informed of something like that, right?
Absolutely.
But I don't know if it's appropriate for me to call all the commissioners and say, he's really mad, and this is what we need to worry about. And so, I'd almost, Commissioner Concepcion, if you have some thoughts on that? Oh, sorry, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. And Commissioner Concepcion, and thank you for bringing that up. He called me as well, and same situation, but I didn't know about post audit. Just it was about a licensee that's a constituent of his. I immediately called Sean. As soon as I hung up the phone with Senator Moore, I called Sean. So I think I did everything right in that instance. I didn't know about this bill or post audit or anything like that. But so I think that was handled. Now where it goes from there, I don't know. Like that's determined. And my other point is I think we need an E.
Thanks.
Because we talk about information sharing from commissioners to ED, but we don't really, this is a good instance. Sean, you have a lot of talk with legislators and everything, and we don't know, or should we know? Do we need a mechanism where you share with us who you've spoken with, and is that an E? And I'm just throwing it out for the group to discuss. If it's not involving an investigation, let me preface that. If it's not involving an investigation, when you have conversations with Brownsburger or whoever, and should we know? I don't know.
All right, let's break for lunch, because it's after 1 o'clock, and we've got 2 issues still on the table, which is reporting about policy conversations that were unplanned, whether or not the executive director should be reporting on his communications, and we'll pick up with those when.
But I think that the point that Commissioner Ray just made, which is if one of us gets, tackled by a legislator, and that kind of a conversation happens and the conversation is transmitted to the executive director, how do we make sure that people aren't blindsided? Because I don't want people to be blindsided. And I've tried to be as transparent as I can with Sean, with both the good, the bad, and the ugly. And
So it's related to the.
no, but I don't want people not to know, but I literally can't call everybody and go, guess what? Guess what he's going to do?
It's related to how
It's
the
related to
information
culture
is shared.
too. Because of that article, Commissioner Concepcion, now there's a rumor here that I ginned up a senator to file a bill to have an inspector general. That's a real rumor. I've heard it. Multiple people think it was me.
It's either about you or me.
It wasn't me. It wasn't, I didn't do it. And I want people to know I had nothing to do with that. I found out about it when you guys did, more or less.
So, and while we're in an open meeting, I specifically called Representative Donahue to say, hey, are you really on board with this piece of legislation? He's not necessarily, but it's, having some of those
Maybe
conversations.
that
and I
would have been
report that.
helpful there. You know what I mean? So get rid of
This
the
is a
rumor.
good example. So it's like, okay, at what point was Matt activated? At what point I think we have to figure out scenarios like that, which happen going forward.
Because that's a rumor. I wanted to just on the record. That was a rumor. It wasn't me.
All right, we're going to take a break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:45.
Thank you.
I have 3 questions. One question is when you unexpectedly meet with a legislator or someone from the executive branch that went into a policy discussion.
Okay. I have some language for us.
Oh, please.
Number 8, commissioners may share any relevant information from interactions with legislators or executive branch officials with the executive director.
I like it.
Could you say it again?
commissioners may share any relevant information from interactions with legislators or executive branch officials with the executive director.
Okay. Everyone like that?
Way to come through, District 7. Nice to
Just
eat.
thought
and
I
is
was
that-
just having lunch.
Nice to eat.
So does that solve all three questions?
That solves world hunger.
Not compared.
I think it involves
Combines the
those
whole thing. Yeah, okay,
conversations we're all going to run into,
all
but
right.
I think it's kind of a standalone because it doesn't
Awesome,
fold into.
I thought I had a watering conversation.
all right. So thank you very much for that. We're going to move to the next very complicated section, press, media, and external engagement.
I'm sorry, did we not talk about E? Possible E.
I thought that Commissioner Stebbins kind of
Wait, that
encapsulated
both
everything.
ways?
You're talking about him reading.
Yeah, if it's
Reporting back.
necessary. I'm not, what do you think about that? Or does it impede your ability to do your job?
Commissioners reporting back to me.
No,
No, you were.
you sharing like in that Matt's, in the meeting book, who you met with, in the meeting book.
I don't think it impedes right now. No, because I think I'm bound to commission policy. So
So you're okay with that?
Well, if we use the same language, to have our commissioners and the executive director may share any relevant
Yeah.
information. And the executive
Are
director.
you okay with that?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. I knew food might get us some.
Walking away from one
I had the
another.
worst lunch in the history of lunches. It's terrible. My sandwich is so bad.
Commissioner Concepcion, are you okay with that language?
I am. I like the language. Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks. All right, let's look at press, media, and external engagement. And if you remember, that's on page 13 and half of page 14. If you remember at the last meeting at the end, we decided to move a lot of what had been there into SOPs. And so what I provided to you is just the old section, the February 28th version, and marked the things that moved into SOPs, just so that you got a chance to look at it in case you had any questions, because we did it kind of fast. But let's look at what's on the page, and then maybe we can see if anything's missing. So I'm going to ask you to take a minute to read 1 through 8, and then we'll open the conversation. And I'll just say, as you're looking at, there's something about the tense. In other words, is it present tense or future? And at some point, I'll need to go through it and just make it all uniform. So there's a little bit of, you may get a little stuck on some things because that changes. Anyone need another minute? We're just reading that one page, page 13. Any questions or comments on 1, 2, and 3? Commissioner Roy?
No, I'm like on 4. Sorry.
Anything on 1, 2, and 3? Yes.
I do, and this is, again, just a suggestion I have, because if we do have here that the chair is the primary spokesperson on behalf of Commissioner Approved Policy, I think that this first sentence, it needs to be, under the direction of the executive director. I think that the chair needs to be mentioned in this first part. It says in collaboration with the commissioners, but I do think that the chair needs to be added to that first statement.
Doesn't commissioners, it still implies you, chair, as a commissioner?
The issue that I'm having a problem with is
You can add it as a simple thing.
Wait, what
Yeah.
are we on? 1, 2, 3,
No,
or
one.
4?
Number 1.
1, okay.
You want it to be
Well,
specific to the
because if
chair.
I'm going to be directing as the voice of the commission, I don't want to, I refuse, another I refuse. And we can get down to the divergence part, but it needs to be, and I don't care what the language is, but I don't want to get the message I refuse when it comes to the role of the chair managing the communications of the commission. So however we can language that.
I mean, the easiest way, but it may not be enough for you, is to say in collaboration with the chair and the commissioner.
That's fine, under the direction,
Direction or collaboration? What do you want? Direction or collaboration?
Again, I think that we need to be collaborating with all the commissioners, but this is
Under
this
the direction of the executive director
And the
and the
chair.
chair.
and the chair.
Okay,
Yeah.
Sean, how do you?
And
feel
Sean, you may
about
not like that, but I'd like to just propose that.
Yeah, I don't love it, just from and I don't mean this flippantly, but if mom and dad disagree, what is the staff to do?
Mhm.
So if you and I don't agree,
Mhm.
now what? So the direction is the part where the reporting structure matters, I would say.
So how do we make sure that the I refuse statement doesn't keep coming in this direction? How do we deal with that?
What's a stronger word than collaboration? It could say under the direction of the executive director.
And in consultation with the chair.
With the chair
And in collaboration with the-
commissioner.
That's good.
That's fine.
Is that better?
Does that work for you?
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm a little bit lost. Where are we?
Number one
Page
on page 13.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I'm seeing the words. Okay.
And should it be in collaboration with the other commissioners? Because now we
Commissioner
have the chair.
Because chair, you want to, because you are a commissioner. You're just a chair, you're a chair as well and a commissioner. But you want to make this, you want to add chair. To be more.
Then I just think that it's important to make sure that the comms team understands that there is a distinction. And I think that making that distinction here is important. And again, however we wordsmith it, I'm agnostic as to, but
So the proposal on the table is under the direction of, and this is the last part of number 1. Under the direction of the executive director in consultation with the chair and in collaboration with the commissioners.
that works for me. I don't know how everybody else.
Others? Good with that?
I'm fine with it. I think to reinforce this message, I would move, not that we're really giving numbering a priority, but I would move 4 up so it immediately follows that and kind of explains responsibilities if we still need it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Wait, say that again, Commissioner Simmons?
I would move for the chair as the primary spokesperson on behalf of the commission for policy, and the executive director is the primary spokesperson on administrative matters. I think it's kind of just flows naturally to have that follow number one.
When do they blur? And I agree with that though, but, so we voted on extensions on telehealth and outreach and, what's the other one? The telehealth, the three things we voted on. So the press release came out the next day. Who should have been in it? Like your quotes or her quotes?
Can I
Or both?
or both.
Because it is administrative and policy.
And I also believe that we need to have the executive director talking a little more as a spokesperson, if he so chooses. I think that that's good for you, and I think it's good for the commission. And I think that this is, I mean, again, I think that this is also the consultation, will be, I mean, I have given up a number of press opportunities, not just that someone else do it, I don't care. But I do think that in trying to be democratic, we have watered down the position of the chair. And this is the one thing that I've been pretty vocal about this. So let's sort of figure out in consultation. So now we have a triumvirate, okay? And you have the comms team, you have the executive director, and you have the chair. And so I think that after every public policy, okay, individual commissioners can choose to go on the scrum and speak about an issue. And the luck of the draw, they can go first or not, right? So to me, that is the response to who gets an opportunity to speak about commission policy. We've allowed that to happen. Because it's my understanding is that the way it used to be is after a public meeting, the chair would hang around and he would be the only person talking, and people were not happy with that. So then they created the scrum so that more people had an opportunity to opine. And I may be wrong about that. You can tell me if I'm wrong. That's what I had heard from a former commissioner.
Let's, I think Commissioner Concepcion.
I'll let Sean respond to that first, sir.
As far as the scrum, it was, I think, both twofold. One was at a certain point in our history, the former chair was the only member of the commission that chose or wanted to speak. Progressively and gradually, more commissioners were inclined to speak, but then it reflected this is not a fair approach or not a consistent approach where if the chair goes first by default, the rest of the commissioners get the scraps of the press. And so that's where this process evolved from. But that was I would argue that was a collaborative approach to develop that process.
My point is we have that there. We're not striking that.
Right.
And so there still is an opportunity for all commissioners, unlike what happened 3, 4, 5 years ago, that there's an opportunity. So it acknowledges what I think is the sort of statutory power, if you will, but also creating that scrum has given that opportunity.
And we haven't even done Scrum in like 2-3 months. Folks haven't done Scrum.
No, and if one of the
I'm going to try and focus us on 1 to 3. Commissioner Concepcion, did you have a comment on that?
So my comment is on that first point and the change that the chair has sort of offered. I'm not 100% behind it. I think I need to hear a little bit more because it reads, or I guess maybe the way I'm interpreting it is that you would have authority over our media and press engagements as an individual commissioner. And I see that as sort of an overstep.
Go ahead.
I'm reading it a little differently. I'm reading it like, the press release that went out for the, Worcester Business Journal wrote an article that people were turned away at the door for a public meeting, and we're one of the agencies that doesn't provide access. And the messaging came out from comms, this is our policy, but I think you wanted to weigh in on the messaging before that return that said that we're not allowing anybody in this space for a public meeting. I think, did you want to weigh in on that messaging, or maybe we all should have waited? I don't know.
I mean, again, as the chair, I'm supposed to determine the agenda, working with the executive director, the how we function. And literally, I was not consulted. And when I said to the comms team, we are not, if a photographer comes here, I am not going to bar that photographer from coming in and taking a picture of no entrance and then taking a picture of all the empty seats. I won't let that happen. And literally, I got body blocked by, hey, I don't know who it was. I got body blocked because they were trying to shut the door. So I couldn't see the photographer trying to get in. And I said, come in, take your pictures, go. And again, I was not consulted about the Boston Business Journal article. And so this, I think, is the operation of the commission. And going back to the statute, the chair is responsible for administration of the commission. And the reason we need this is because that's a little bit unclear. But I feel very strongly that those legislative statutorily set powers need to be encapsulated here with an understanding that
probably it's time comments back.
I mean, all of our collective experiences are finding its way into these documents, into this document, right? We're trying to reset the table. We're trying to figure out how to better function, albeit, again, kind of within the tension of our responsibilities, the ED's responsibilities, and the rest of the team. So I'm glad we can have these conversations. I might suggest are not completely appropriate to executive session, but at the same time, Commissioner Camargo, I think, as you alluded to, some of our experiences to this point are manifesting itself in this document. Some places more specifically, some places kind of at a real high level. But I think we have a chance to kind of reset the table with our press, media, and external engagement, take all of our collective interactions, completely appreciate that all of us come to this approaching it in the best way that we can. And again, reset the table. The chair has a big responsibility. And I do want to go back to what you talked about with the incident that was here at the meeting, because again, not trying to play referee, you chair our meetings. The full, for me, how those meetings are conducted are completely within your authority. And in that particular case, consultation obviously was not had, again, at least from my awareness of this situation. Should have been completely left in the chair's hands. Things kind of external to that, our media engagements, I think there's, I'm looking at this language, which I think is coming from our communications team. Are these their recommended edits?
These are
blue or-
these are from the meeting that we had. I didn't send it to the communications team as I did to enforcement because we didn't finish this.
Okay.
So these are all reflective of the conversation that we had.
So what we're trying to do in this document is establish the role of the chair, establish the role of the executive director, and all the ancillary responsibilities that as the four other commissioners have. This is a big piece of who we are. This is a big piece of the narrative that we put out. And I like where we've started. Number one. Number two, kind of aligning responsibilities. And now let's get into the other ones in terms of help define for the communications department what role they should be playing and how, the fair and equitable, transparent process, everything else, but kind of resetting that table as we can.
I want to recognize Commissioner Roy, then Commissioner Concepcion, then Chair O'Brien.
Oh, no, I wasn't raising my hand. I was just pointing at Commissioner Concepcion. I could see her little yellow hand.
Thank you for that segue, because I was going to point to number 2 and what does fair, equitable, and transparent mean? And I just want to throw this out as a suggestion to that. Where Matt sends us that update in our meeting book, right? Why couldn't comms why couldn't they draft the same thing? So we know if one commissioner is heavy or light, or one's going to be, like, if we got it, like, just the same way we get the update who we met with. If they did that, then it's transparent, because how do you have transparency? We don't know otherwise until we read it in news clips, if we do. So I'm just throwing it out there that it's for everybody to see every month who did what media. And I just think it's the fairest way and then if there is a problem, we see it and we can address it, because now everybody sees the same thing.
Is that the press calendar?
No, this is in our meeting book. We have Matt does a great job every month. Matt and Ernesto send us who met with whom. And I'm just wondering if Cedric and his team could do the same thing, and that we see it in a meeting book every month.
And the news clips, so take out the news clips that we're all a part of.
Just how Matt does it. Met with, to discuss, like, Ava, what a beautiful piece they did on you. Was it Channel 5 or whatever? I watched it, like, beautiful piece. But I didn't know about it till maybe I missed it in news clips. I stumbled on it on LinkedIn and I watched it. And it was beautiful, but I would think I'd like to recognize that. I'd like to see
But
that.
it wasn't a clip.
It was they filmed you at a dispensary and you
Well,
talked
what you're talking about is like Boston Globe,
I'd
of
say-
course, Cannabis, Commissioner Concepcion.
We
so
don't
that
know
you can-
who's doing, we don't know.
Yeah,
who's
and I
doing
just
the
think
media,
that-
the same way
But
we
the
don't know who's
summary in the
talking.
past.
A summary, a
That's what you're-
monthly summary in our board book of the, what do you think about that, Sean? I don't think it's a heavy.
They
lift.
don't want to do
It's the
that.
same thing Matt does, only you just do it for press, and that way, I think that's, would you agree? That's a good way for everybody to see.
I think it would speak to one, again, helping the collaboration, the coordination, understanding what each of us are doing, because we all might be here today, but at the end of the day, we all kind of go back to our separate corners. I think it would allow the communications staff to show off what they're doing and how heavily engaged they are. And at the same time, it would speak to that balance, to allow me to hear what Commissioner Concepcion is speaking about, allow me to hear what the chair is speaking about. I did an interview before this meeting started with a veterans podcast. I want to share all that information with you. I do
Where
like
would
the
that
idea of
go?
Let me get, Commissioner Concepcion's been waiting patiently, so let's give her.
I had two thoughts. First, I think that this is a good idea, Commissioner Roy. The one note that I do want to add to that, though, is that the opportunities, not all of them, but some of the interview requests that I receive are directly from reporters that have seen other pieces of my work. So, I did a op-ed in the Globe, and that led to that piece that you were mentioning. Or, they sort of build on each other. And I'm willing to bet, because the BBJ has done some things on Commissioner Camargo, that the people within the BBJ also see that, and they sort of want to bring her back because they're familiar with what she's working on and what her voice is. Even tomorrow, I think I said this to you, Commissioner Roy, like I'm talking on to City Line, but it's because of an interview that happened 2 weeks ago, and they have some recordings of that. So it might not, I think we should all know and we should all be aware, but I just want us to be mindful that if you see something that if we're not all getting the same amount, it might be because of that direct engagement from the
I agree.
interviewer or
Yeah.
reporter.
As long as we're mindful of that, right?
Yes. The other comment that I wanted to say, and this was in regards to my previous comment on the first point, around press and media engagement. And I think we're at like this fine line, because, the chair is the chair, but the chair is not our boss. She is not the authority over the commissioners. We're still, appointed by our appointing authorities. We still have our own capacity. We're still our own public officials. So I think that's what's in the back of my mind, but it's hard to sort of draw the line where our individual authority comes in, and then where the chair, who should be honored as the chair and have authority and a voice, sort of where that divide is. And that is sort of, I know when we first started talking, Chairwoman, you talked about feeling muzzled. And I am looking at this charter as, regardless of if it's you or someone else in this position, I don't want to feel as if I am being muzzled, or I'm not able to do my part as the public official, as the Attorney General's appointee in this role, because of whatever the mindset or ideology or position the chair is in.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Oh, no, I hear you. I hear you. And again, all I'm looking for is taking the language of the statute and making sure that, we're not saying that the chair is managing the day-to-day operations. We're actually delineating that very clearly. But I want to make sure that whatever we do here, it honors the language of the statute. My sense is that the spokesperson issue, or the main it's not the only, okay? It's not sole, right? It's sort of around policy business, around operation of the commission, the meetings, things like that.
I understand.
Ultimately,
I have no problem with that. It was the revision that you suggested for that
Mhm.
first piece around all press and media engagement.
Mhm.
So that was the in consultation with the chair. Do you
Mhm.
continue to have concern about that
I
proposal?
do. I also understand the perspective, the examples that were used are separate from the examples that I had in my own mind. So that just shows that it can be read in two different ways.
Yeah. And again, I'm consistently not being consulted. And so that's why I feel very strongly that that be included. And I don't, again, I don't know how to, I mean, again, when I'm told, no, you can't be prepped for a scrum because you don't have, literally, I was told, you don't have this document yet. If it's in the document, then we'll do it. But until I see it written in the document, not doing it.
Mhm.
So I don't know. Someone tell me how, we, not just me, but any commissioner who said, I would like to be prepped before every meeting. And they say, oh, we're too busy.
But see,
Can't
I
do
think what you're saying is different from what your suggested revision is.
What I'm suggesting is, the reason I say in consultation, okay, it's the direction of the executive director. All I'm saying is that the chair should have a voice around the messaging strategy. And this
All of
was
it, all of it?
what I would say yes, but I will back off if someone can tell me, because again, this is also part of what I had said regarding Holyoke, and no one was consulted. This was a press issue that the commissioner should have been protected on. And to me, that's a perfect example of how you have the chair and the executive director and the comms team saying, I understand this. Now, if I ultimately had to recuse myself from something like that, I would do that. But ultimately,
There's another problem there though, because when you're speaking as in your own capacity, you're not speaking for me unless it's something that we've agreed to as a whole. So there's also that element. It's completely fine for you to be the lead spokesperson and to speak about the commission's positions, but what you like, your thought processes, your opinions are not mine. And I think that's also important to make sure that that is separated.
I hear that, but what I'm trying to do is make sure that the commissioners have a voice when policy or emergency or some sort of a situation where we were not consulted, okay? And I don't think it's something that we tell all 5 commissioners necessarily until it reaches a boiling point, or leave that judgment to the collaboration with the chair and the executive director saying, I think we need to tell all the commissioners, this is too serious. If this gets in the paper, we're all gonna look like idiots. I demand that all the commissioners know this. That's the one example that I think is the best example of why some sort of consultation, I think, is necessary to represent the interest of the commissioners and not leaving us in the dark,
Sean, can you give us shed some light?
I'm not sure what you're looking for me to shed light on exactly.
I was going to ask Commissioner Concepcion if she
Yeah.
has an alternative proposal, since you're voicing concern about the proposal on the table. Do you have an alternative?
And I can't see your face. Are you talking to me?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
I'm asking you if you have an alternative proposal for language that somehow recognizes the chair's role, but not in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable.
Could you noodle that if you can't come up with it right now?
Yeah, I can.
I would appreciate it. And
And
I ultimately think that this is not me speaking for any commissioner, but it's speaking,
Triaging.
it's our role. And it's making sure that the barriers that are there, that at some point in time, and again, this was one of the conversations, I did have with, with Bruce, with, Kathy Judd Stein, which is, hell yeah, I'm going to want to know information. And if I have to recuse myself, I'll recuse myself. Yet judgments are being made about what we can and can't know. And so if there's no process for the chair to sort of represent, I think that that's a weakness for us.
Right,
So I'd
didn't
like-
we talk about this the last governance? I thought that we would have some sort of language formed today around this very issue. I'm trying to catch my own memory.
We do, but I think there needs to be a formalized process where the chair works with the executive director and the comms team to determine triage strategy. We don't have time to have a meeting. We've got to, how do we disseminate? Because I can't call you
do
all up.
remember this, but I remember Chairwoman, if I'm not mistaken, is Susan, that was something that you, Shannon and Sean were going to sort of draft some language to address this.
Did we not do our homework?
No,
Oh, shit.
Am I mistaken? I'm sorry, everyone's in the room.
You're right. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I've been a little busy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you,
Good point.
Ava, thank you.
No,
I didn't see it.
when we talk more, it starts like bringing my memories back. I'm like, I remember this conversation. Yeah.
But can you and I'll work with Sean, but can you and I have a conversation about this particular, and then maybe wordsmith it so that you're comfortable? Because again, it
Yeah,
is,
we're all comfortable.
so you're all comfortable, but I mean, she's, raising
Absolutely.
a specific
Yeah.
point, so.
And just for context, and I hear what Commissioner Concepcion is saying, and we're balancing those. Immediate response, can't go out and consult with everybody. I think Commissioner Concepcion, to your point, I never think that there's an opportunity where, whether it's this week or next week or a month from now, that I as a commissioner can't come back and voice my opinion or voice my opposition to something. So I hear what you're saying, and I think that's kind of built in the protection that we're creating here, but I completely hear you, but I'm also mindful of
We've got to find a
those
balance, and I
emergencies.
respect that.
All right, so we're going to move this to the chair and executive director, and this time I'll remember to ping you
Concepcion.
if I don't get anything.
I'm sorry, Susan, but Sean, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, just on the consultation piece, because I think there's legitimacy there. I think it is appropriate for commissioners, including the chair, to have that input. And the other, what I want to balance that against, and I think Madam Chair, you just referenced it, was that we got to strike the balance, is there's some stuff that is just mundane, routine, that I don't think needs the, let's get together, quick, 25-minute phone call to figure out how we're gonna handle, what's the status of this license. Like, that's just, I think, normal due course, probably doesn't need that level
Absolutely.
of like, brainstorming. But there's other circumstances that absolutely require that strategizing and what is our message? What is our posture? And some of that too comes in as it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the report is on a 5 o'clock deadline, what do we do? And so that's gotta have that energy, drop what you're doing, get into this meeting. And I think that's just, I want to make sure that we don't trip over ourselves when we do that too, by bringing a lot of cooks into the kitchen. So I think that's
Thank you. Okay.
I'll do my homework.
So we're gonna table number 1. The current number 2,
Yes.
that was your question about what a fair, equitable, transparent. But I just also, while you're looking at that, if you look at the comp section that I sent, that's separate, this one was the 2028 version.
We'll give them
A separate one. So there's a separate document.
one that's all blue.
It's all, yeah, mostly all blue. So where we have that fair and equitable, I think that changed from at number 5. No, it's not number 5. Page. There was a point where we had. I'm sorry, I'm missing it. Okay, I'll just not call your attention to something that I can't find. But the fair, equitable, transparent process, that was about the scrum, but we just named it that. Because at the time, earlier on, instead of saying the alphabetical thing, we said we'll just say fair, equitable, transparent, because then there'll be an SOP that defines that.
You're looking for number 6.
Thank you. Right, sorry, thank you. Yeah. So you can see that says SOP because we're going to move that to an SOP.
So my suggestion around that memo, if we could mimic the language on page 12, number 6 of the original document, where we asked the government affairs and policy to track all commissioner and executive director contacts with legislative and executive branches. I'm proposing the communications department will track all commissioner and executive director press engagements and inform the commissioner, like, so I'm just trying to, like, what we asked this of government affairs. Why can't we ask the same thing of the communications department? So I just want to like mirror that language into this document.
What's the utility for it? Like, what's the real?
We're
utility?
talking about fair and
No,
transparent.
I know, but what would that do? I'm just thinking in a practical matter, right? So
Well,
they
why
can
does
do
Matt
this.
do it? What does it do? Why does Matt?
It informs us of who's talking to who. I'm just asking.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm asking.
that's all you want to know.
So I want to understand the process.
Because it keeps it fair, transparent, and balanced, like Fox.
Yeah, mindful of what Commissioner Concepcion said, that, some months she may have 10, you may have 0, but because she's had things that previous news outlets are building on, that's okay. But so I'm not stumbling on her stuff in LinkedIn, we see it,
I'm just thinking, and playing the devil's advocate here. You see that.
No, I don't.
No, just example, I'm playing devil's advocate here. We see that report, right?
Mhm.
And this month, us 3 here did nothing, even though that we got invitations, but we said, no, I don't want to do that article, I don't want to do that, I don't want to do that. But then you and Ava end up getting, doing stuff without me knowing that we all said no to it, or I don't want to do it, or I don't want to be in Scrum this month, or I said no to that. I said no to stuff, right? Like, then when you start seeing it, I want you to be careful that when we start seeing it and not understand the data points on it, that no one can come back and say, oh, the chair now has 10 engagements and I had none, right? So I'm just saying, like, we also gotta be
This
mindful.
is also part of sorry.
Yeah.
That happens now with the legislative record, is you guys went to Framingham, you went to this months where you guys had none, I had none, and you had all.
Yeah.
But that's okay, at least we all
Yeah.
see it.
Got you. As long as we know it's okay.
Yeah.
Because that's how feelings start. Is my
It's the
point.
same way, there's months, I'm not on that,
Yeah.
and you're all over it, and no vice versa, I could have a bunch, and you could have none.
I think if we have transparency, I think then it also, it will be easier to determine how we make it more fair, more equitable.
But you see, fair, what does fair mean? Because I don't think that's right in terms of like, it's gonna allow us to be more fair.
We stopped letting the chair be the only person to respond after the meetings
Yeah.
because there was an intent to
Yeah.
create fairness and equitable. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And I may get a lot of requests, and I'll say, I'm gonna toss one to her, because I see she hasn't had one, I don't want it, I'm gonna toss it to her, like, at least I know we can see, she might not want
Yeah,
one.
but is that your job though? Like, again.
No, I think it's my
devil's
job.
So
I think it's my
also-
job to make
I
sure
think-
that it's being fair. And we need to also figure out how, if you don't have a chair that is being fair and equitable, I think that this actually allows you
Yeah, I guess
to.
I'm seeing it differently. When you guys saying fair, I'm just saying, I don't know if that's a definition of fair. It's just the
Let's
reality.
say equitable then.
I don't even know if equitable, it's just the reality of.
Even.
Let's just go with transparency. Forget
I
fair
think,
and equitable.
I think the transparency piece, but we gotta be careful how we're going into it, because if we then start asking communications to do a document, and we start looking at this document, like our government affairs document, sometimes I'm like, oh, wow, that's cool, somebody went there, great. I don't look at that document and say, oh my God, it's so unfair that Ava and Kim have gone to the State House 3 times this month and I haven't, right? So I don't look at it like that. I just say, hey, they're working on some stuff.
But it's a-
Somebody
but it's a-
invited them.
But we're not talking, the legislative outreach, the government outreach is, I don't think it's apples to apples.
I'm just talking about the document as a
Yeah.
visual practical. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is that what I'm saying is when I see that document, sorry?
No, I'm just looking at.
When I see that document, I'm not saying to myself, oh, why did Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Concepcion have all this legislative outreach this month? That's what I'm saying. Or they went to all these meetings. If we have a mirror of a document, which is okay, right? That's up to Sean to implement it and put it into practice. If I then see a document in terms of media and I see that, whatever, myself, I've had 4 or 5 engagements. I could easily have 10 engagements a month. I actually say no to people, right? In my own way, I'm like, I don't want to do that, I don't want to do this, or ask somebody else, right? But I want to make sure that we're not looking at that document and internalizing, oh my God, Sean has 10 appointments and I only had 3 and Commissioner Stebbins only had 1. That could be on Commissioner Stebbins. It's not that it's fair or equitable, is that that's what he just decided to do. So I'm just saying, we're creating this policy and we're sitting here today as commissioners who have a lot of dilemmas within this area. So I just want to make sure that when we see that, it's not that it's equitable or fair, because in this situation, I don't know how you define fair or equitable if someone is doing their own stuff. So I'm just saying we got to be careful what we're asking for.
Let
When
me
we
get
see it and
Commissioner
hear.
Concepcion. Yes.
Thank you. So first, the reason behind the legislative and executive outreach, the reason why we have that in our briefs, every public meeting, is so we're aware of the different engagements. So we're not overstepping each other. We're not doing multiple meetings, the same people. We're not sort of contradicting each other's priorities or goals, so on and so forth. So there is that. I just wanted to refresh everyone. That was the reason for having that included in the public meeting books and doing that. I think Commissioner Camargo, you're saying it better than I said it. I was trying to allude to the fact that we're not going to have the same amount of engagement, and the comms team, to a certain extent, they might have some responsibility or authority over what we get and what we don't, but then there are other things that come in, and I know this things in my inbox that are separate and aside, and they come from my other engagements, from other people who are interested in what I'm talking about and have seen some of the other work. So to that, Commissioner Camargo, thank you, because you broke that down in a way that was better than I could have articulated. You're not going to see equity. It's just, and so with that in mind, what is the utility here? I think it's a valid question.
I don't want to use that later for it to be weaponized against any of us, or any of us use it against each other.
But I'm just telling you from my perspective.
To that transparency. Sorry, go ahead, Chairwoman. I don't mean to talk over you.
We don't have a document right now, so.
Yeah.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, the way I'm looking at this, and appreciate my colleagues' comments, this is, first of all, I think, first and foremost for me, it's a collaboration tool. It helps me understand what yes, we all get the clips buried in all of our emails. I'm not looking through that to see how many interviews she got versus what I got versus what she got. It's more, I want to hear what the general message is. I want to hear what people are talking about. And, for that collaboration. And, same thing. I turn down stuff that I don't feel I'm the best spokesperson for. I also turn down stuff that I don't feel I can adequately respond to in time.
You also invited me to the MMA.
And I invited you to the MMA. But I think what we're reading into too, or what we should be reading into too, is really this is an onus going back on our communications department. That it's up to them to demonstrate that they're employing this fair, equitable, and transparent process in coordination with the executive director. And I think a way for them to do that is, one, it helps them demonstrate the great amount of work that they do between meeting to meeting. And it gives them the opportunity to show, we're trying to be fair and equitable here. I'm trying to make sure that Commissioner Camargo and the chair and Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Concepcion all get the same number of opportunities, or we're supporting them in the conversations that they get invited to be part of based on what their interests are. So I think two is a good thing for the commission, for our collaboration as 5 individuals. At the same time, I think it gives our communications department a chance to showcase their work and showcase how they're providing that kind of transparent process for all of us.
Two questions. So are you supporting the proposal to put in the language about having the comms team track all the communications and provide that summary to the commissioners?
I would be interested, and may deviate a little bit from what commission. I'm not looking for all of the requests we get. I'm looking for the ones that we actually participate in.
That's like the legislative update. We don't
Yeah.
get everything. If Matt and Ernesto had a meeting, we don't necessarily know, but if we did, we know.
And so I have two questions, because there's this category of opportunities that go directly to different commissioners. Do you want those included for information's sake? Should they not be included? If they are to be included, should they be marked as direct request? Because I hear concerns about you have 30, but the responses, 29 of them were direct requests, and so I only had one that was pitched to me from the comms team. So it sounds like there needs to be a distinction. So the first question is, do you only want the ones that the comms team actually
But they manage.
I don't
fielded?
think it's again, like charter. I just feel like this is an SOP thing. I feel like now we want to memorialize this in our governance charter. I think we're going a little bit too far. That's just my opinion.
In Susan's.
But we do this for the
Exactly.
Memorialize it for
government
Matt,
affairs.
though.
In Susan's
Because
example,
we
I
are
think.
trying to memorialize that collaboration.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Concepcion, can you just be clear, because there was a lot going on, but you're saying it's in Susan's example, because there's another practical piece of this, right? Sean, you're the executive director, communications is not in the room. Like, what would this would this look like? Because we already get the clips. So basically, it's taking out the clips that we are all a part of and putting it into a separate document. Is it once a month? Is it twice a week? Like, what's the practical piece of this? And I think to your point, Commissioner Concepcion, like, we're getting too in the weeds of it, but I think you should talk a little
So I
about the
think
practical piece.
Yeah, the language of the charter could be, I think to Commissioner Roy's point, mirror that of the government affairs and policy. And then I'll be honest, I think implementation, I think we got to try it on for size for a period. Let it live, let it breathe, let it evolve. If you get a version and it's not clear, I think if you let it live outside of this document, then you give it space to evolve to meet your needs and expectations. So in other words, if you get the first draft and you're like, this is just, I can't make heads or tails out of this. Okay, what format would be better? Is it that we need to differentiate direct versus, commission staff,
Initiated.
identified, right? But I think that's okay. And the other part is, going forward in sort of a good faith, goodwill exercise is also important to understand and appreciate that in a lot of these instances, it may not be the decision of the comms team as to who's speaking, because I think to Commissioner Concepcion's point, that may just be can you coordinate this? They're in my inbox.
It might
And the
dispel
opposite
the
is true.
rumor. It might dispel the rumor that you get it all.
Yeah, that's what I
It's
mean.
like,
I think that
It'll dispel
Yeah,
that. If that's not the case, right? It would just get rid of that.
But that's what
rumor.
I'm saying. And
Yeah.
also you're going to see examples where, you may get the request to you, and I think Commissioner Stebbins, you referenced it too, is I don't think I'm the best person for this. Let me give it to the comms team. And you may not know what happened with that story ever again, but you'll see it in that log of, oh, they extended that invitation to Commissioner Roy.
Right.
Instead
How
of
would that look? So you would want a one pager, when, where,
Just like
and
Matt.
then
like an
says what?
Excel file. It's got like, bear with me, I just triggered myself by using the word Excel. But basically I think it's like, and this isn't my expertise, so take this whatever that's worth. Basically the date, because now you're gonna have a time frame, the outlet, maybe a link to it, because that way you want to see it. And then which commissioner was quoted or what.
But not like every single request that comes into the commission.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm just looking at.
Just things that get published and circulated in the public domain that we're in.
That's what I'm saying. So it's already in the news clips. So what I'm saying is that they're gonna take out from the news clips everything that we've already done and put it in a document for us to see in real time.
Everything
One of
that
the
happens
things that-
isn't in the news clips though.
One of the things that we got for the last meeting was
they are.
a press calendar. And it was very outdated, but it had it had like a year ago's press things. And if you can find that, that's kind of what it would probably look like, just the date. It was just like one on an Excel spreadsheet. Kind of each item went across one row.
I'd have to go back and look. For me, seeing now that I'm thinking about it, not only the media opportunities, but the public speaking engagements that we have for however many groups, I think that really gives us a chance to demonstrate how much we're out there when there are people complain that we're hiding, and that it demonstrates all of the work that the communications department is doing to help us not only prepare for the media interviews, but the ones that we actually do, not all the requests, but the ones that we actually do. And the assistance they give us when we're speaking at public engagements.
Where would this document show up?
I would like to see it in the monthly board meeting book.
Got it.
May I add, Susan, and Commissioner Cardo, this is a good example where this document would have helped. You guys were conflating two different interviews.
Sure.
Right? If we had that document, we could say, oh, Commissioner Camargo did the Mass Cannabis Control Commission's priorities on February 23rd. And the sub-questions about Mass Cannabis Control Commission's ban on was February 28th. If we had that document, it would be right there. So there would be no confusion.
Yeah, there was confusion this time, but last time around, there wasn't confusion because I think the chair made a comment around the specific B on the BBJ in terms of the regs and everything else. And I said, Cassie reached out to me because I mentioned something about the regs, and I think the chair said something like, well, we all talked about the regs. So there wasn't a confusion last time. Today, there might have
But
been.
having
I
that
hear
in
you.
front of us would be like, no, see, you did it on that, around this topic, and this was the other one on that topic. We had it, right? It's all in one
So
place.
why don't you give me a chance to draft something for our next meeting and then we can,
I would also
see how
say
others
Sean
feel about
should
it.
speak to your team on what this looks like in the.
That's why.
Especially since you guys didn't do your homework.
When I mentioned the format, that's my best guess.
Yeah.
As to what it would look like, what it could look like. The other point I'll just convey too is all of this is past tense. When you get it, it's all gonna be past tense. Much like the government affairs.
Exactly, it's past that.
So it may be that unfortunately, depending on the time lapse between meetings, there may still be a circumstance where there's a clip that you're still gonna see on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Before seeing it in that. I just want to be
That's right.
honest about that.
Right.
At the same time, you'll still get it. It's just a matter of when you see it might be a collision.
Might be the next month, whatever, exactly. I just think it's helpful to have it all in one,
I think that's a reasonable request.
thank you.
All right, number 3.
I thought we were done with the session.
We got miles to go before we sleep. Number 3? Is that okay? That was something that you all
Yeah.
came up with at the last one. Number 4, which is now going to move to number 2. Is that okay with everyone?
Well, I just brought up the press release around the telehealth and everything, when administration and policy bleed together. And I don't know, is it fine as is, or to make sure that whoever the chair is would also have a quote, the executive director could have a quote, and the chair could have a quote, and I haven't been seeing any of that.
I think that's where one governs, will govern.
We'll govern that,
Should
that's the check and balance, okay,
Absolutely.
great, thank you.
Okay, number 5.
That last part, the SOPs will include, I think.
Yeah.
That gets a little granular, and I think that's difficult to maintain. It's,
Okay.
How is this difficult to maintain? This looks like kind of what we do already.
well, Department of Communications SOPs will be created, delineate processes on a wide range of functions. That last part is the SOPs will include an up-to-date press calendar, message matrix, and strategy documents. That's,
Number 5 on page 13.
that to me just seems like it will keep current.
Uh-huh.
So I think we address SOPs. I don't.
You're striking it, you want to strike it?
Proposal
Yeah.
to strike that last sentence. Anyone have a concern about doing that?
No, I had that start, yeah.
All right, number 6, that's been there for a while.
Can we change it to the affirmative vote of the majority of commissioners?
Oh,
Just in case sometime there's 7 of us or 3 of us.
yeah, but I don't know if that's happening in 2 years, I think.
No, but.
Yeah, you
Are
can
you
say
stacking, are you
majority.
packing the
Well,
court?
can I say?
Please.
Yeah, I don't,
I make enough phone calls as it is.
I don't think you need to change this. I think that the 3 is the number that we go with, and then when 7 people get here, we're blowing this up anyway,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And when that happens, there'll be no SOPs, it'll be, what is the treasurer want?
Well, and I think the affirmative vote piece is right out of statute too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Anything else on 6? I think the add-on is the second sentence. Upon approval of an item by commissioners, the executive director may direct the communications department to support commissioners and prioritize that item. That was the add-on. Okay, 7.
I have an issue with 7.
Mm-hmm.
I just think we need language at the end. If commissioners oppose a commission decision that was approved by an affirmative vote of 3 commissioners, they may share their opinions and reasons for doing so in their individual capacity, not to include commission resources or staff, because that's going against commission policy. So you have to do it on your own with no staff, no resources from the commission, because that's going against the vote of it's like working against the policy of the commission. So I can't, do you agree with that, Sean?
To a degree, I want to be careful. I'm actually, now I may read, I think the point is valid. I may read it against number 8 as a result too.
yeah.
I was reading number 8 in more of an individual, like something happened to me personally and I want to deal with it, but that might also apply. That circumstantial situation where let's say it's a heated debate, it's 4-1 and someone's very impassioned. I wouldn't want to say to that commissioner, sorry, you lost, we're not going to help you. But the help could be something as simple as, can you schedule a time with this reporter so I can talk to them and respond? I just want to be careful about those circumstances. And to be honest, you may find yourself in that situation at some point, and I just don't want to be in a position telling you no. I'd like to find a way to be helpful, but not counter. Your point, though, is valid of the commission that strikes that position. We, as a staff, have a job to do.
But can I weigh in, because this is, again, my beef. And in section 8 will not provide support, but they may provide basically information that, may undercut what you're trying to say. What I had hoped people would do for me is, as promised, would have sent my statement. And I think that at minimum, that they can be a conduit.
I agree.
And ultimately, that was where, once again, the I refuse. I don't think that they should be able to refuse, we'll send that. And if, you know what I mean, and this may, and again, we may want to maybe language this or nuance this. But I don't think that it's inappropriate when either A, the individual commissioner's interests have diverged, or the individual interests of the commissioner have diverged from the majority of the commissioners, that if indeed you want to write a statement that you want to personally put out there that does not reflect the position of the commission, that the comms team should, at a request, maybe it's with your approval, but
Yeah, that's, I'm
You know,
thinking of the threshold here, because if, let's say I wrote a statement, would you mind sharing it with this reporter? To me, that's innocent enough. If instead the request is, I don't like how that vote went, can you guys sit down with me for the next couple of days and help me bang out an op-ed?
absolutely not.
To me, that answer is no,
Right.
but there's differences there, like,
Right.
so I don't know what that threshold is, I'll
Right.
be honest, it's sort of like the obscenity, I'll know when I see it.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I don't think I can document it here in terms, it's more of that. I just don't want to say to a commissioner an outright absolute, you're gonna get zero support.
Can you sign off on those?
I think that's what 8 sort of
That's when
dictates.
it diverges, but
And here I'm saying, in your example, and I think, again, the concern is legitimate, is if there is declared policy, I don't think staff should be spending a ton of their time.
undeclared
Counter
it
to
or
that
county
policy.
declared it, yes.
No, but they shouldn't be stopping a commissioner from
But
speaking.
that's why I
And
think
that's
if
what happened
the
to me.
commissioner says,
I've stopped.
here's my statement, would you mind helping me in distributing this?
Right,
Innocent enough.
right.
And maybe that's also where that gets then put into that log on a monthly basis, right?
I think we have two different examples. We didn't vote on your example. My
Two
example.
different, two
Yeah,
different
they're two,
stories,
but-
but it may be a similar.
Yeah, so mine was voted on policy. It was policy. A concern would be if somebody came out and used commission staff and resources to go against what the commission voted. Yours wasn't voted on, but it's a personal issue to you and you
No,
needed
no, no,
to,
but
you needed
to
to
me,
say your
it's
voice.
that your policy issues have diverged from the majority of the commission. The executive director decides that a commissioner's personal interests have diverged, that you're not.
Right. two different
So,
things.
but I'm just saying, I think that in both instances, you shouldn't be using staff to say, here, write my opposition to
That's
this.
right.
You can write your opposition to it, you can make your own statement, but you should not be prohibited. Now, again, it may be whatever, pedophilia, we're for it, and you may say, I'm just not gonna let that, come out, and this is why I think that we need to find some, because I think they're different circumstances, but they're similar utilization of staff resources that we need to sort of clarify, how.
So should he play the traffic cop?
I think you should.
I think that's reasonable.
I think that's reasonable.
And hopefully the next executive director will feel the same way.
But I think that's also where you govern my role.
Yeah.
And so if at some point you're completely dissatisfied with the way I've played that role, then.
Yeah.
That's your right.
I'm just saying that to be the devil's advocate because we're saying Sean, right? You're gonna be here, you're not going nowhere, but we're Sean, but that's your mentality right now because you're having a conversation with us, If something happens, you're not here, then
This
the
document.
next,
needs to-
the next ED could say, no, let that commissioner go and use staff because they're barking and they're independent and they want to do this, right? So it's,
If
because
we
I,
frame it that the executive director determines appropriateness of the use of staff resources,
Yeah,
then
then-
whoever the executive director is,
That's right.
makes that determination in whatever wide range. So it sounds like, it sounds like
that we need to say that if your interests, whether it's policy or personal, diverge, that it should be incumbent upon that commissioner to make things happen. I mean, I do think that we need to.
like you're saying, you're saying it's still allowable, it's just you're on your own.
right, this is just, it's sort of saying, if this happens, a commissioner may take action on their own. It's
Yeah.
not, so,
No, but I'm just wondering if it's sort of like, the policy is you do it yourself, but maybe the executive director can in certain I don't know, maybe that's too
I mean,
complicated.
give me a chance to draft something.
Okay,
I'm not
all right.
gonna do it.
Sorry.
I mean, I think, no,
Too
no,
complicated.
there's nothing to apologize for. I think, if you look at 7, we could just add a sentence afterwards that says something like, I'm sorry, my brain function isn't focused enough, but something like the executive director will determine if, what staff
Appropriate.
resources may be appropriately employed.
Can I just
Something
think
like that,
exactly
but
what I
it'd be
mean?
cleaner than
Yeah, and I went through this myself. We voted on the social equity policy matter. All of us voted on it. And I was trying to do an op-ed just to create awareness on it for people to apply. The staff communications team didn't have the capacity to help me with it. I did it on my own. So even in this situation, it was a voted situation, but they didn't have the capacity. So I did it on my own. So we also got to think about that.
But I think you cover that in 6.
You always have your right to do that.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is that it was a voted on policy matter, but the comms team could not help me. They did not have the capacity to help me.
To turn it around as quickly as you wanted it turned around, is what I was told.
Yes.
And so what 6 says though, is that you could have asked the executive director to ask the comms team to prioritize that.
Got it, right.
So let's look at number 8, because the same thing that gets added to 7 will get added to 8, but there's also this was a proposal by, do people need a bio break?
No, I didn't know, Bruce, did you have a
No,
question?
Okay.
just a thought looking at 7. I'm wondering if 7 is the right place. I'm wondering if 7 hearing the context of 8 in the executive director's role when interests kind of diverge. I look at 7 as more of not necessarily tied to communications, but more in commissioners having a voice. So I didn't see that as speaking specifically to an interaction with the communications department. I don't know whether this gets baked into
Oh, I see.
the role and responsibility of a commissioner or what we do after, a vote on a legislative item.
Okay.
Because I think 8 covers what we're trying to cover. So
But this was the
So-
point
so-
that we were saying, we should want to get to that other point. You said, wait till we get to communications. I think, you know what I mean?
Right,
This was,
I know, but I just, first we're on 7.
No,
right?
I hear you, yeah.
But,
That's good.
the reason why this is proposed to be added is because Commissioner Roy first suggested a sentence that said, you can't use any commission resources if you voted against the majority.
Right.
So all of the conversation was
And I
to,
picked that up from what she's looking for. I picked that up in 8. And I think 7 is much broader, like just because we all voted on something doesn't mean I can't, at a
Okay.
meeting or when asked, I'm not stifled in supporting my position or at least espousing my position.
but this is the thing for both of them. And I think we're saying, we're not going to be muzzling what anybody says.
Right.
And we're going to cook up some
So,
language
so-
that talks about resources.
okay, so I'm not following, because I think I see 7, 8, and 8 is very different.
I do too. I see 7 as, you can't stifle me regardless of whether it involves communications or not. You can't stifle me if I was the one vote in a 4-1 decision.
Right, but can you
That's
use,
separate.
but can you use commission resources to support your voice?
Right. And I think that gets baked into 8, which is if I decide to go back and use communication resources, somewhat the role of the executive director to mediate when our interests are divergent. So I see 7 is a much higher level in terms of what we're allowed to do as individual commissioners. I see 8 more baked as you can do that. However, if it turns to press, media, and external engagement and resources, and asking for staff time or asking for staff resources, that's still something that involves the executive director.
So it's, just help me so I
Sure,
understand.
sorry.
It sounds like what you're saying, and Ava, is your hand up?
My hand is up.
Okay, give me just a second.
Oh.
It sounds like what you're saying is when there's a 4-1 vote or a 3-2 vote,
Right.
and someone who is not in the majority wants to speak about it, their interests have diverged from that of the commission. So is that what you're suggesting?
Only
that's why-
if I want to use commission resources. I think the ways set, and I hope that speaks to Commissioner Roy's point. 7 for me is at a much higher level than just press, media, and external engagement. It's that I still have a right to speak on the issue. But baked into that number 8 is I can't then run to the communications team. I can't ask for resources unless I have the executive
So
director's concurrence.
your suggestion is to leave 7 as it is, and then put in something more about the executive director determining appropriate use of resources into number 8?
Yeah, I think 7 belongs somewhere else, but I can see where we want to bake that backstory of 7 into 8 to be more clear for all of us. And
It's breaking 7 up.
All right, Commissioner Concepcion?
I'm gonna throw a wrench in just to play devil's advocate. If there is a commissioner who is not in agreement with the majority and wants to write something or do any sort of engagement that's against the commission perspective and voted on policy, doesn't it somewhat benefit the commission to have eyes on what that commissioner is doing for some sort of review for any like factual inconsistencies? Or I'm wondering if this might be a little bit too, I understand what you, Commissioner Stubbins and Commissioner Roy, I understand what you're both saying, and I agree largely, but I'm wondering if it's too rigid. And what is the impact of that in actuality? If someone is left to their own vices, then we have a separate situation that's created because of this approach.
I mean, for me, I'm channeling you because you talk so eloquently about don't stifle us as a voice. I see that broadly in number 7. Like there's nothing that should shut us up, but if I want to, pick up the mantle and charge into the fire and express my point of view, and by the way, I want communications and our press team and everybody else
To
to
bring the
help me out
hose.
with that, to bring the hose or tackle me. That becomes a question of resources. And I get that. So I'm
I understand what you're saying. I agree, but I'm just
somewhere else, but I think taking the element of why we wanted 7 and somehow rewriting it into 8, I think makes more sense.
And I think that, again, the assumption is whether it's policy or personal, when it diverges, you're on your own. Unless the executive director, makes a determination that, okay, we will, and again, I hate to put you in the middle, but I think that these are going to be fairly few and far between, we'd hope. But, again, to me, yeah.
Like, here's an example. If they didn't have bandwidth for Commissioner Camargo, let's say I wanted to write a vitriolic piece against policy, and they're spending all their time with me, but they can't help her because she wants to write one on approved commission policy, but they're spending time with me to write a vitriolic piece against commission policy. I don't see that as.
I understand that, but the other side of the coin is who is advising you against giving, not to stifle, but saying you need to fix this before it's out, or sort of helping and cultivating whatever is released by, I'll knock on wood, I've not been in a position where I have wanted to speak against any sort of commission policy.
Right.
And I don't see I like to think I'm a logical thinker. I would not go out and kind of forget the commission. But I'm saying that if I were one of you and I just am the rogue commissioner, I would want to have someone from the commission to say, wait a minute, we need to pause, put some brakes on this. Let's get the facts in here. Let's sort of formulate this in a way that is not so extreme. I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm fine with whatever direction you guys choose to go in here. I'm not like, drawing a line in the sand, but I just wanted to make sure and be mindful of the way this can have a negative impact.
And say that assumes too, that you can reason with that commissioner in that example, right? Like.
You say,
If I'm being honest, like there might be a circumstance where I say like, hold on a second, before we go into that fire, there's fire ahead, and that commissioner may tell me, yeah, I know, I lit it. So I'm going, and I think I would want, frankly, in my role, the ability to say, then you're on your own.
Right.
And then go back to the other 4 commissioners and say, my fingerprints and anyone else's fingerprints, not on that.
Yeah.
That commissioner just ran headfirst into a fire, but please don't make any assumptions about my participation in that. Or if that commissioner says, you know what, Sean, I'm willing to hold off, but I need someone from comms or someone from enforcement to read this for me. Maybe, and that's part of that negotiation
You're
too.
the traffic cop.
If you want some help with this, that's a two-way street.
Yeah.
You know, because and I think to your point, I'm not gonna have our staff spend time on something that is counter to, but if I get the sense of, you know what, I could take this from really bad to like, I'd rather it not happen, but I get it, there might be utility in the commission spending some resources.
Then you should determine.
And I think I'd be glad to, I shouldn't say glad, I think that's my
I
job.
extend my point. Sean, very valid argument. You were right. You must be a lawyer. You got it.
The other point, I think Commissioner Stebbins.
Good lawyers.
Point on seven, no, not seven, sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Your point on seven is, I think it does belong there, but it may belong other places too.
Yeah.
Where,
And
for
that's
instance,
to help try to figure
Okay.
out where we can put
All
that.
right,
But-
Susan, I think that helped them all.
Yep, I got that. I noted that. All right, let's look at page 14, number 9 and 10.
I want to say that if we get through these 9 and 10, the chair and Sean don't have homework to do.
we still.
Yeah, they do.
They still.
On number 1, they have homework on number 1. And also, I might add, there was an emergency powers under executive director roles and responsibilities that I think you were also going to do.
I should have all the power in the event of emergency.
However you want to
Done.
frame it.
Yeah, sure.
Put on.
I've been a little busy.
It's all right.
I'm sorry, I'm a little.
She hasn't gotten the memos. She has no idea how busy you've been.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
been a little busy. I'm busy now and I'll have to talk to all of you after this. Sorry.
Okay.
That's never a good sign.
Commissioner McCauley,
Number 9, that's been there for a while. Number 10 was in the last one that you liked. We took out the social media as per an SOP. Just a reminder of that.
can I, on 10, just. Chair, is this where you may come in as well?
On 10.
And maybe that's, we folded into our homework.
Okay.
What are you saying on 10, Sean?
I'm thinking like, in addition, so I think I'm uncomfortable with it just being that I would deem it an agency priority. And so maybe that's where that consultation comes in.
Right, thanks.
All right, so you're going to look at 1 and 10.
And ultimately, this is where I think consulting comes from, but ultimately, the language that we have, Sean, it's left to you, right? In many of these, that I think consult doesn't imply veto, right? And that also may be, you know, when Commissioner Concepcion and I talk at some point in time, but ultimately, consultation is not veto. If we said veto, we'd veto. And so it ultimately leaves it with you.
I think that's a good asterisk somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
just so that, because we're understanding it and you're saying it, and I appreciate that, you know what I mean? But when you read this, you're not gonna know that, you're gonna like automatically read it's a veto. So that's a really good point.
That's future tense too. You know,
Future tense,
there
yeah.
might be loggerheads or something, but I do think here, like I said, I'm just uncomfortable with. I, in my sole authority, can deem something a priority and therefore extend the level.
But that might be a place where, by the executive director in consultation with the chair and in collaboration.
That's what I would
Yeah.
suggest.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Okay, we're gonna let go of communications for now and look at budgeting and budgeting process. And remember, we had a lot of text here and decided to take it out and just refer to the SOP. And we haven't looked at this since then, so please take a look at it, 1 to 5. Any thoughts, questions, concerns? Is that okay?
I just have a question, Sean, on the enhanced code of ethics. I was told by legal that they were never formally,
Submitted to the State Ethics Commission.
Where's
Is that
Sorry?
in the
We're
budget?
looking at that.
We're looking at the
We're on the
budget
wrong
section.
Page 14? you're talking?
Page
yeah, so
14.
number 1 on 14 leads on to page 15.
Okay,
Oh,
we're not
okay,
in
we're
that
not done
section
yet.
yet. We're just on
Budgeting.
budgeting. 1 to
Oh, I
5.
jumped ahead. Sorry.
Now I know what's coming.
Sean, biology, right?
That's
Only
so
Everyone okay with budgeting?
funny.
Yeah.
Budgeting, more fun.
Okay, I'm gonna,
One
any,
One and three,
mhm.
they're similar to me. So the executive director is responsible for preparing the budget. Number three, the executive director with a bunch of people prepares the budget. So there's just overlap there. I think you can merge those two into one.
Okay, just make it so that, that reflects the approved
Yeah, I agree with
executive
that.
director goals at the end of that.
And then I think I would specifically want to call out in this document that the budget is prepared with that collaborative, with commissioner collaboration.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't
With
want to
input from leadership and the commissioners. That we have that leadership from staff.
Yeah, my objective is primarily the collaboration with commissioners.
So you want more than just input from, you want input from staff and in collaboration with the commissioners?
Yeah, I think that, I just want to specifically call out
Okay,
the collaboration.
everyone okay with that? Okay, anything else on budgeting? All right, accountability, that's the next section that has changed a lot. We probably won't get through it today, but let's get started. So if people want a couple of minutes to at least read, let's go maybe 1 through 4. Let's start with that. 5 is a big one.
I'm going till 4.
We're going till 4.
I mean, but if you need to, let's.
You need a bio break?
Why, need a bio break?
I'll take it. Also never
All
refuse
right,
a bio
Go
break,
ahead,
never.
let's take 5.
Yeah, Prince Charles, who's now King Charles, said that. He's like, never refuse the opportunity to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna channel King Charles. Prince
LBJ
Charles.
said it more prudently.
But he's still got his meeting.
That's right, you've got LBJ here to remind you. Or do you need water?
I'm good, thank you.
Sean, you didn't get me my pistachio cold cream.
You failed to ask. I love,
I can't believe of all the spring flavors that come up with pistachio.
For what?
There's like, Starbucks has like a whole line of pistachio drink products as they're like
that's their spring
deep into
flavor,
spring.
which is not a very spring
Yeah.
flavor to me. But what is a spring flavor?
Something like flowery,
Honey,
That's where you
like
lost me.
elderberry.
Yeah, that's where you lost me. That, well, maybe that's why they don't do it as,
Specifically for you and your tastes.
you know, the frequency, you'd think they'd at least focus group me.
do they know you when you go in?
Not this one, no. The one at 101,
I told you, that was the one that was.
Perfect, good
I
time.
felt so excluded from the club that I didn't stop
We
going.
got it done
it was,
before
it got so bad
the
that
end of the day.
either me or
So it looks like I have
Anne Marie
2 more
was
sessions to get them to
Grace's
figure
predecessor would go down.
the way
And if she
that
picked
this
it up,
works.
might be like 2, so she'd get one, I'd get one, I'd order it from my app. They would say like, oh, tell them we said hi. Like, even if I wasn't there, they'd recognize the name as like, and someone else from the office would go scoop it up. Oh, tell Sean we said hey. And they'd come back up like, your friends downstairs said hello. Oh, that's
And
nice.
that's what they would do. It's like, I'd be standing there in line and they like, Grace, here's your coffee. And then like me, they're like, Bruce,
Going once.
Going once, going twice.
Or they deliberately mispronounce it.
I was telling Kate and I went to
Bird?
this
Is there a
Brazilian
bird
place
here?
down the street. And the guy that's always working there was always like, "Hello, dear, how are you doing?" And today he was like, "Hello, miss." And I was like, "Are we fighting?" Like,
One of my bucket list items in my life was to become a regular at a bar. That was just like, I just want to be a regular at a bar.
I did that in college, probably paid for the bartender's kids' tuition.
So my version of the story is the saddest version. I went to a bar, this was like, and of all the places, you think of like a hometown bar or something, small establishment. No, this was, it wasn't the 90 Hotel on Beacon Hill. But it was, so from my standpoint, it was just off of the State House campus,
Yeah.
just far enough away we wouldn't run into a bunch of colleagues.
Yeah.
And it was called the Highball Lounge.
Oh,
Very fancy. It was in the 90s. It was like their hotel bar, but it was separate.
dance.
So I go in one night with a friend. We're sitting down. The bartender, waiter, waitress, but because it was a small enough place, comes over and goes, "Usual?" And she ordered, whoever it was, what they ordered, and they walked away, and I went, "I think this is it. I think I'm a regular at a bar." And then, of course, whoever I was with was like, "Or they think you're somebody else." You know what? We're gonna find out when the drink comes. And sure enough, and of all the drinks too, it was a Vieux Carré, which is very like kind of bourbon, bourbon base. And so I'm like, it's me. They know it's me.
Yeah.
The next week, the bar was closed.
Oh.
Oh,
You checked it, yeah.
However,
Checked it.
they were remodeling and rebranding, and I got invited to the soft launch.
oh,
And I haven't been back since.
You're
The
in.
place sucks now.
Oh.
It is terrible.
So my college bar, which was our home every Thursday, Friday, Saturday night for 3.5 years. And I'm outside of the big gymnasium, senior year, just got my diploma. My parents are excited. This guy comes over and hugs me and says, "Congrats, see you tonight." My mom's like, "Who's that?" I'm like, "It's my bartender." He came to my graduation.
That's nice.
Actually, there were about a dozen of us at that graduation.
That's
all
all
free.
free.
We would drink a good part of the night. And he'd finally, you'd go to get your tab. "Andy, what's my tab?" $4.50. So you leave at 20, take care of him and screw the owners of the bar who are out allowed
Actually,
alcohol.
Another thing about that happened too, another local bar, same thing, we'd go get the tab like $20. We'd probably spend hours there. That place closed too, but I think I know why, because I think everybody paid $20 at the end of the night. And they're now rebranded. In fact, that's where Jen's baby shower is gonna be. New owners, same spot.
Oh, where's that?
Water. Black Dog.
Good, good to see you. Nice.
Have a nice little kind of fireplace room.
That's really nice.
Slightly no context.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to take, I have to,
Tell me I'm losing hair.
uh,
Not happy with that.
I hate my.
I hate dental.
There's nothing that scares me.
I'm either drawing a blank or I just am.
Losing
I
a
have a
tooth.
great dentist now, though. She's adorable. She she had a dental phobia when she was a kid.
Oh,
So she became a dentist.
that helps.
To get over her phobia
Oh my
and to
God.
treat patients with a lot of care.
I feel like there's something else.
She's real great.
Probably.
My kids had.
Okay, it sounded
We
like,
moved out here, we
I can
went
call
to
him and clarify, but he.
Katie's ex-stepmom's brother's
So,
dental practice.
Not that I remember.
All right.
So everybody walked in, "Oh, sorry."
Thank you.
No problem.
Crazy connection. But he has since sold the practice, moved away, still go there
It's on our
for
faces
some
on
reason, but they're always like, "You should get Invisalign." And then the
I
next
don't
one
want to
will
be
tell
there. Just so
me,
you know, I
"It's
got in
surgery
trouble,
before you can get
because I did that, because I
Invisalign."
don't know how to do that stuff.
your kids?
Which?
I got
which
in
is
trouble when I did that.
But I gotta take my daughter to the dentist.
Money.
Thank you. All right, folks, we're in the final stretch of our meeting today. So let's look at accountability. And I know Commissioner Roy has a comment on number 1, but I'm going to give everyone a minute to read
No, it's more
1
of a
through
question
4.
than a comment.
Okay. So we're on very bottom of page 14 and the first half of page 15. Any questions, comments on number 1? Commissioner Roy.
I just have a question on, now they've had time to mull it over, on the enhanced code of ethics.
What could your question possibly be?
And, Chair, what did you say?
No, I think it's in the works. She was asking if the enhanced code of ethics apparently had never been properly sent to the Ethics Commission.
Doesn't have to be.
I thought it did, so that they can, provide us with advice. If they get our enhanced ethics code, then they can actually opine on it and then give us guidance. That's what I'd heard.
Yes, but we're not required to submit it to the Ethics Commission. If that's something folks are inclined to do, we can. It's discretion.
I would be inclined to do it.
But that's one.
Yeah.
So it was
Why
not,
wouldn't you?
because it's ours. And
Mhm.
as authors of it, we should be advising the planners, not the external body.
I would encourage us, I would love to have a chance to look at it again before we send it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because I know at least one little tweak, and I had this conversation with Christine and Pauline years back before. But I would love for us, if we are going to do that, I would love for us to have a chance to look at it
Yeah,
again.
but I do think that, council come and go, expertise comes and go. It doesn't come and go in the Ethics Commission. It's there, So it protects all of
And as
us.
a side note, I am working on the ethics training. Remember, we talked about that for secretary. So we get that survey. So please, may I give a nice gentle reminder, everyone fill that out, that ethics survey. That Sabiel
Already
said.
did.
Did you really?
You just not be over.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Sabiel.
Sabiel.
I did it already, so I feel that I put my name on it.
Thanks, commissioners. Thanks, Shelby.
Anything on 2304?
I don't think we need 3. We talked about it under the chair's roles and responsibilities.
So the difference here is it's the first time we say the chair designates the secretary to serve as chair. If
But
the
it-
chair is absent and hasn't previously designated another commissioner.
But I think we could bake that
Into roles and responsibilities.
yeah, I think we could bake that into 2E on page 3 and 4 under the commission chair.
So we have designates a commissioner to chair as chair in the chair's absence and just put it there. The secretary is the,
Yeah.
everyone agree with that? Okay. So. Okay. Or statute. All right, let's dive into 5. So take a minute to read it. This is, there's been a lot of attention on number 5. So let's look at that. And the employee handbook, so just if you wanted to, I sent along from the employee handbook, 3.11 is standards of conduct and disciplinary action. And I think that's what this is referring to. when it refers to progressive disciplinary measures in accordance with the employee handbook.
Then I just have a question. Why is it only commissioners are held to this standard? Why doesn't it say staff too?
Because staff have a different,
That they have this exact language that they're gonna have to.
so this is what we were trying to do in this section is because the commissioners have a special situation, which is that only their appointing authority can remove them. We were essentially creating the process by which an appointing authority would be, a determination would be made whether or not to contact an appointing authority. So that's why it's different.
Can I ask,
Yeah.
where's the executive director in this?
That was my note.
Because I,
Thought you were getting my word, Sean.
On B, Chair, on B,
well,
or general.
I don't care where it is, but I think I would feel more comfortable with the executive director unless you think that having the executive director.
The executive director comes in at E at the conclusion of the investigation.
I don't know. Because it, you know,
I mean, you kind of do that now, right, Sean? You kind of in concert with HR, review this stuff and kind of.
Do you know about every investigation?
Not fact specific, and some of that's appropriate, I mean, from a confidentiality standpoint. And I'm trying to think of ways.
because think about in the conduct of, say there's an ethical, okay? Someone says that, you know, Shannon O'Brien is going to conferences and having drinks with everybody, and maybe that's an ethical violation, right? I think that that might be something that if it's also considered, you know, a workplace environment, that you might want to know about that because you might want to be thinking about how maybe advice about how I conduct myself. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how other people feel.
So that's, I'm thinking.
I'm just
along
playing
the
it out
same
again
lines.
because I don't know what I don't know what I think.
That's- I'm thinking along the same lines in the sense of, I wonder if this is almost, and sorry, Susan, but here we find ourselves, almost like too narrow of like, this takes an HR lens. Where in reality, the allegations or the behavior may not be an HR issue. It could be an ethics issue. It could be a criminal issue. It could be like the myriad of circumstances that could lead to a complaint about a commission. Let's say a licensee calls and says, commissioner just showed up and asked me to do something that I'm not comfortable with. Now, what do I do? And this would dictate chief people officer. Who's then going to go to me and say, the hell do I do? This isn't an HR issue. I mean, there might be handbook implications, but I may want to go outside the agency in that instance. And that, to be clear, where that goes could also lead to an investigation that generates, there might be malfeasance, right? So it could be, now we're looking at statutory implications. So not every example is going to be an HR issue. I think the most routine or mundane is going to be HR. But that's not going to be every situation. So I don't want to sit here and think like the spectrum, the entire spectrum of cases, so to speak, is, I don't know what that is. But I think you want to anticipate the variety.
So maybe,
Which means I'm rolling a hand grenade into the middle of this section, so I'm
no,
sorry about that.
it's okay. They just got 2 more dates for meetings for us, so we've
We're
got
gonna need-
plenty of time. Does that suggest that if a complaint or allegation is made against a commissioner, that complaint or allegation goes to the executive director, who determines, without being linguistic about it, who determines the right path?
I think
And if it's an HR thing, this is what happens. And if it's, I'll need to know from you more. If it's an ethics complaint, this is the path. If it's a criminal complaint, this is the path. But they probably all wind up in some investigation.
They
Right.
would, and that's to that point too, the investigation may be external at that point. Like if on its face, and this is where I think the judgment needs to be exercising, good judgment too, of let's say on its face, to me, that's malfeasance.
You may want to go right up.
I may want to go right up, but also, we talked about this in this context as well historically. What burden or duty do I have to inform the commissioner?
Right.
In question.
Commissioner Roy?
Sean, if we added you to A, that allows you to triage it. 'Cause the chief people officer and executive director will evaluate the complaint. That will allow you to triage what lane it needs to go to.
It may be just the executive director, like at
Yeah,
that
like
level.
he's triaging
Right.
what lane it belongs in. It needs to go through him. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, and so I was penciling myself in before A, but I think no matter how you slice it, I think that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
And then what are the, so I get the notification question.
Yeah.
But what are the different potentials? So there's, if it's a human resources complaint, then if it's an ethics complaint, then what?
I would say from how I would handle that
Yeah.
organically,
Yeah.
would probably be a consultation with our legal team and likely a referral to the ethics commission. Because I'm not, that's not my expertise. I could be wrong.
Okay, and if it's criminal? Then
I think it's still, yeah, I think it's an evaluation and consultation with legal and likely, depending on the context, it could be, let's say there's an allegation from licensee that the commissioner asked me to bribe them. I'm probably referring that to the state police, who will then conduct their investigation alongside the AG's office. Or maybe the state police unit within the AG's office. And again, I hate to bring up
Yeah, it sounds so.
worst case
I know, it
scenarios,
sounds
but
No, but that's right, you would,
The problem is we need to poke at the scars and look at those things and look at the worst case scenario if we want to be ready.
okay, so I think we do that, and let's answer the question about when would you notify the commissioner in those three circumstances? I suppose with the criminal one,
In
you're gonna
HR
find out.
they need to be like any other employee, they need to be informed immediately.
HR is, yeah, that's it.
When it's criminal, it's a little bit different because you may be
Investigation.
infringing upon, come on in here, Ava. When you're infringing, on someone's criminal, record, I think that that's important, but you also don't want to undermine a criminal investigation.
So what we have here in the HR scenario, we have C. If an investigation is needed, the chief people officer will inform the commissioner against whom a complaint.
Could I just interrupt and ask Commissioner Concepcion, see your fresh face again?
Nope, no questions. You're fine.
All right, thanks. All right, sorry.
So I'm taking that A through N are all the HR path. And so here, it does say in C that the chief people officer will inform the commissioner. Should it be the executive director, or it's okay to be the chief?
I think it's
people
okay
officer?
to be the chief people officer.
All right, so we're gonna have those two others. Can we look at A through N? That's a lot. Let's look at A through D, and this is now.
Can I just ask one question in terms of progressive disciplinary measures, and
Yeah.
in terms of, leave? I think we might want to get sort of maybe even, a legal opinion, maybe from the AG's office or something, because if someone is put on administrative leave, where the threat is there, I think a conversation needs to be had with the appointing authority, because in essence, you are, stepping into that appointing authorities. So we might want to think about that a little bit or get some additional legal opining here.
So I can tell you the AG's office will not provide that opinion. And that question dates back.
Okay.
Which then left us in a bit of a pickle as to, okay, then what?
Yeah.
And then I guess there's again, a spectrum, right? So in my opinion, I actually don't know my authority or the agency's authority as to administrative leave for commissioners. I would personally consent that if I were the question of anything, then HR probably through the chair, and the commissioner could put me on leave. That's your right, that's your prerogative. I'm an employee and I abide by the hand. I've actually run this scenario in my head. For me, I think leave is something that the appointing authority can dictate. So they can say, you know, Sean or commission, please put this commissioner on leave. Like, where it's really uncomfortable is the commissioners Stebbins and Camargo's roles, where it's that
Right.
appointing authorities, plural. So how would that be managed? I don't know. But then I also thought and think about scenarios of, let's say there was violence, right? Like there was a fist fight. That's it. Everybody go home. My theory there is sue me. If you think I can't put you on leave, then sue me. But now we're gonna figure that out through the court. Like it's
Right.
this is such a bizarre statute to
Right.
me.
Right.
We're living it now. So there might
That's why
be,
she's making the big ones.
there might be some discussion when we hear of
Maybe they can pass new laws and make it even more complicated.
But I think that's honestly, and these are all hypothetical scenarios that I think we're trying to live through, but some of it's, in the event this happens, what are the expectations of me? I do feel a obligation to obviously preserve the safety of our workplace. And I'd be willing to take some risks, legal risks, but to what extent, I'm not entirely sure. And to what extent does that expose me personally from legal liability to legal liability? But what expectations do other commissioners plus our staff have for me taking affirmative steps? I don't know. I legitimately don't know. So it's worth talking more about, to be perfectly honest. And I think that's in your point on the progressive aspect too, is again, there might be a threshold somewhere.
Yeah.
Where, and there's also a circumstance where that commissioner could consent to the leave pending something, right? Like that might be a mutual benefit, but those are often forced as opposed to voluntary.
So to your point, if you don't have perfect clarity, then number 4, how would the chief people officer have clarity to put somebody on, a commissioner on administrative leave? If you don't have it, how would they have it?
Where are you looking?
D, 5D.
So the progressive disciplinary measure is, that could also be, step one is we need you to do training. We need you to take this course. So that's not always leave or suspension. It could be something short of that.
But it's silent. Like it could be that.
Is the administrative leave something that we can talk through and get to a place? Or is it just something that we're not going to be able to do that with, and we don't have the legal opinions? So it's just going to be, if that ever happens, you'll have to figure it out.
Well, and to be honest, that's another one of the situations that I think drove us into this space is, and the question we began this entire exercise with, when we got to this section way back when. And I think, Chair, actually it predates your arrival as well, is what are the expectations of me? When a situation like this arises, give me some clarity, and also, to be honest, give me some permission in some instances, because I don't know. And I don't want to overstep my bounds. At the same time, I do want to understand that one of the things, and I hate to kind of go way back in time, but phrases have been uttered at me of, handbook doesn't apply to me, you can't touch me. And there's a bit of confrontation to that. And it's an uncomfortable place to be.
Yeah, I get it.
And I'm then left with, and as you can imagine, I'm getting a lot of noise of, you should do more, you can't touch me, you should do this. I'm not subject to that. Which is why one of the things that I think is important here is like even the handbook. Our commissioners abiding by or agreeing to abide by the handbook.
Well, then can I propose a fix on this one? So on number 5, on D, the chief people officer, in consultation with the general counsel, will conduct an investigation on the factual basis of the complaint to recommend to the executive director an appropriate course of action. I think like this gives the big authority to the chief people officer without your input.
Mm.
That's too much authority. I think you need to wait. You gotta be part of this equation somewhere in here. So whether it's with, to determine in consultation with the executive director, the appropriate course of action. You're not in there.
Right, I hear you. I think that's fair.
So in consultation, so I'll reword it. The chief people officer, in consultation with the general counsel, will conduct an investigation on the factual basis of the complaint. With approval of the executive, how do you want
Can I
it,
say
John?
something? Now, okay, go ahead.
To recommend to the executive director?
Yeah, like he needs to know,
Right.
like this says right now, the chief people officer could put
Right.
any one of us on administrative leave
Mhm.
Yeah.
without him weighing in on that.
So to recommend to the executive director an appropriate course of action?
Yeah.
Because then it's the executive director's choice to
To
take that
determine the appropriate
recommendation.
course. I just want you to
Right.
determine what the appropriate course of action is.
Share your thinking.
Well, no, because I'm now thinking back to one of the quotes that Sean had, which is, you guys are my boss. And does this put me in a difficult situation that then someone tries to,
It might, but at the same time, the executive.
no, I was the one, I'm just, yeah.
Yeah, no, but I mean, that's the responsibility that comes with running the administrative functions of the commission. So, yeah, I might have to step up against one of my bosses,
Yeah.
but
Would expect that the other four commissioners would be supportive
Right.
if they
Just
understood.
feel we need Sean in that one.
No, I said, but I was also coming back and thinking, you actually said that before, so.
Yeah. No, that, I think that's the
Yeah.
reality. That's
It is
exactly
rough,
my
it's
reality.
tension.
There's a tension, and I think but that's also, I think to Commissioner Stebbins' point, that's kind of the nature of the job. And some of it is difficult conversations and difficult decisions. And this will help as a basis for, not just like look, I'm doing my job. Instead, it's more, I followed this process. We agreed to this process. I'm upholding my end of that bargain. And unfortunately, in this instance, I have to enforce that end of the bargain. But I think also at that point, no commissioner is going to be stunned or shocked by this is the process because it's been delineated, but also there's adequate notice baked in. And so it's sort of, that in and of itself is the progression of discipline where, okay, I know that there's an inquiry. I know that as, depending on how that inquiry unfolds, there's at least going to be another conversation with me, with the executive director as to what the appropriate actions are and to be, how the appropriate course of action can also be options A, B, and C. That's how that may play out as well. That's the other part of the exercise is, all right, based on the findings, it might be, you could go and ask for retraining, you can go and do this, or you may go to the extreme and say, and that gives me the ability to probably sit down with HR, with chief people officer, with that individual commissioner and say, okay, here's the findings. What do you think?
We have two, these are new dates for you. March 27th and April 24th. Those are our next scheduled ones.
March what?
March 27th and April 24th. And with that,
Oh, I have full
We have our assignments.
yes,
I know I volunteered. for one.
yes.
In April what?
April 24th. So yes, the assignments are that when time allows, but before March 27th, the chair and the executive director get together
We will call tomorrow, right? That you didn't.
We do, yeah.
Okay, right.
and Commissioner Stebbins is going to help with drafting on another section.
And is Commissioner Concepcion, are she and I, do we need to sort anything out, or do you want Sean and I to sort that out and consult with you?
That was on number one of press media. That was the issue, Commissioner Concepcion, in consultation with the chair. Did you want to have a three-way conversation with the chair and the executive director, or do you want to see what they come up with and comment on that?
What's, I guess I'm looking for some opinion from the chair and Sean on this one. What do you guys prefer?
But why don't Sean and I bang out something, and then you and I are seeing each other enough so we can add that to our agenda setting, which we
Okay.
have to talk about tonight.
Sounds good.
And Ava, we're remote tomorrow, right? We didn't,
Yes, Thursdays are remote.
can I call you later on?
Yeah.
What's a good time? Because I don't want to do it from my car. What time?
I'm
Like,
thinking
say-
about what time is too late for you?
10 o'clock is too late. Like between 8 and 9 is fine. If bedtime is now 8:30, 8:30 is
Yep.
fine. I don't care.
Let's say 8:30 to be safe.
Okay, all right, okay. He was running around last night,
Really?
having fun, and she's like daylight savings, and don't you remember? If your bedtime was 7 o'clock, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa. He was banging around.
Chair, should we adjourn and then, we gotta talk
I'm
to
just
just
saying,
like,
are we?
I need to talk.
so we should just stay for 5 minutes after we adjourn.
Yeah.
Okay,
adjourn and then we'll-
Commissioner Concepcion, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Oh, yeah.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, would you like to second that?
I would love to, second.
Hearing, any conversation, any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 5 in favor, none opposed.
Thanks, Susan.
Thank you.